Testing. Alright. This whole streaming thing seemed to help yesterday. Let's give it another go. Going to make a new window group here. There's probably a better way to do this. Isn't there a way to do like tab groups? I should have a tab group for dev. But whatever. So yesterday I ended with some thoughts about trying to like get this thing published at my website with the proper HTTPS certificates. Now that's going to be a big fucking... Gemini was having major problems yesterday. It was just barfing errors all over the place, and every second... The first question would actually work pretty well, but then every time I'd do a second question, it would just barf. And it's still going super slow. So probably don't need sockets. I could probably just turn those off on the production server. But I don't have a lot of experience pushing a node server to production. By not a lot, I would say none. So the whole all the server configuration, don't even remember. I kind of broke this into 1,000 pieces, and it's hard to understand what it's doing. But yeah, I think this is typically you have to give an IP address. I think maybe this is how localhost shows up in Node, and so when I'm developing locally at localhost, man, I have so many friggin' tabs open. Holy shit. Maybe this other Gemini tab that was open was causing problems. Let's close that whole window. This is the one I was going for. Let's maybe just go have these over here so I can switch easier like this. All right, so yeah, I don't know if I have to make this. Let's ask the computer. In nodes HTTP, I listen 80 0 0 0 0. For prod HTTPS, do I listen 443? Oh, it's still zeros. Okay. I don't really fully understand what it's saying here, but basically it's saying you keep that. But okay, so I was asking it to... what was weird yesterday is it gave me a code snippet, and then it deleted it. I couldn't... I felt like it was buried in one of these conversations, but I went through each one about 7 times, and I was like, where the heck is that code snippet? It's this one. It's fucking this one. This chat didn't show up yesterday in my chat list, and I refreshed the browser, and I didn't really log in and out. I probably could have. That's wild. It's giving me my prompt rather as the title of this thing rather than a summary. They must really be having issues. They must have just fucked up their whole AI thing. I think it'd probably be easy to mess up one of these AI systems. They're like so complex, and it's doing so much heavy lifting that like if you just fuck it up a little bit, then the whole thing just struggles. And I think they were having throttling issues because they just maybe somebody pushed an update that then requires way more processing power, and then they're just like, wait, we can't deal with all this because there's probably a lot of people submitting a bunch of shit. So anyway, there it is. It's been a long time yesterday. Like, where the heck did this go? But anyway, so there's all this shit about these environment variables, and it has to do with like not committing secret stuff to your repo, which is, mildly important, but I'm not real worried about right now. Generally, I might want to get it set up that way. But yeah, I mean, for example, the certs. This is one of the big things. I can't have the cert themselves in the repo, obviously, but I don't think that's a problem. I think I'm going to generate those on the server, and I don't even need them. Don't need it. I mean, I don't think there's anything in the code that's going to jeopardize the, like, even if you know the path, you're not going to be able to access it, as far as I know, unless somebody hacks it, but then I'm screwed anyway. In terms of all of these, like, was this the config or no, this is the config. Wasn't there a config.js? Is this a different one? The snippet I was looking at definitely was talking about node environment, but maybe this was the second one I asked. Well, here's a config.js, but this was the second one because I remember. This is like more of a server index. There was a config.js in the other snippet. Where the hell did it go? Jesus Christ. Because the other one, I skimmed it and it made more sense. And so I was thinking like DNS stuff. Here. Node environment. Maybe it was here all along and I just kept scrolling past it. Now this is way longer than it was before. But yeah, so I'm trying to figure out how, here's the config. Basically, using an environment variable, check whether we're in production, and then I have to make sure when I start the server to pass that in with some sort of like, running this node and equals production before the command. I'm not real familiar with this command line. There's all these command line like oddities that just not really sure how that's, like what this is and what it's doing. But however it works, it seems to pass this environment variable in here. So if it's production, then we switch, port. So these are null if we're not production, which would probably be right, but okay. So it also is talking about using a certificate, creating a certificate authority. I don't know if it was in this one. Man, I have all these conversations everywhere, but it's talking about creating a local certificate authority so that I can develop with. Let's write this shit down. Local cert authority. It's basically like either dev in HTTP, which it has effects on certain things, like, for example, some of the device APIs, like the gyros, you have to be in HTTPS mode for them to even work. Like there's no, you can't request access, like it just doesn't work, which is a little crazy. But I don't know if other APIs or like requests or something, like if you're trying to load something from somewhere else and you're not secure, like if you're trying to test some API on a local host, and it might otherwise work, but just because you're not secure, it might just barf. And so or, well, so if you use HTTPS locally, you have to either generate a fake cert, which you can just do via the command line, but it doesn't get like authorized via anything, or create your own local certificate authority, which is sort of like emulating what the whole certificate process is, which is like, looking it up in the database to say, do we know this person? So I think I'm kind of leaning towards doing this whole local certificate authority thing, but it's like, man, this is one of these bullshit things in life where it's literally never ending. So like, if you start jumping through too many hoops, well, what's next? What if I run into some little snag trying to set up this local certificate authority where like it takes me all day to figure it out, and then I just have to abandon it anyway, and then I should have just skipped it in the first place? Every single decision in life, especially when you get into this tech stuff, it's like, if you have any suspicions about the reality of life and whether we're in a matrix and whether the whole system of software and tech and whatever, I seriously question whether it's real. It seems like it's all fake. And so they could either let me pass, or they could just completely hold me up on this. And not really sure I want to gamble on that. So the AI was actually saying that, in fact, its words, if I remember correctly, were the path of least resistance is to just develop an HTTP mode and then worry about that shit later. So that's probably not a bad idea. The problem with that path of least resistance is use HTTP locally, use HTTPS and prod. I don't like... I'm not producing anything. It's just like testing my server. So, but on my server, I guess we'll call it production because that's kind of tradition. To do that, we need to switch everything. We also... Do I want to try and use sockets? This is a big question mark. It's like, I kind of do, because the sockets are, what enable all the file rights and whatever. And if I could... I think I'll get there eventually, but maybe I just disable... Maybe just disable sockets for now. I don't think it's that hard to get it set up. It's just, I don't know. Maybe it's better to, maybe it doesn't matter. What is the big, I was trying to think this through yesterday. What are the big, like, configuration? Where was this whole thing? So this one is doing something about, or is it? I thought this one was doing something about... yes, it's doing... This redirect is kind of a little bit of an extra step. So essentially, it's still listening on the server. This is, so... Crazy wind outside is knocking some shit around. If we're in production, then... We're creating an HTTPS server, but we're also creating an HTTP server, and that's so that we can redirect. If somebody happens to access the website without the HTTPS, which is unlikely, because like any link, should be these days, it'd have to be like some old stale link, or somebody just happens to go edit their bar. Like if I go to lou42.com. In fact, there's a reason why it wasn't working earlier, or actually probably why it's not going to work now. Yeah, like I think the server, I can't remember if the server's actually still running, but this thing defaults to HTTPS. You have to like click a few times to get it to like display this thing, but any URL by default is going to default to secure HTTP. And so, because of that, this is probably not even that necessary. So maybe I just skip this part for now. I can try and add something like that later. Because it's sort of creating like two servers, right? I mean, it's pretty simple logic. It's just like a couple lines, and I already have that package in there. But okay, so the switch in order to do local versus development is pretty much just, I don't even need this config file. I pretty much just need this bit right here, I think. And that's kind of what I was going for earlier, but I slowed myself down. This whole port thing, I don't mind developing on port 80 locally. This one has a main port for like the actual website, which either goes from 443 to 3000, which is, but this is basically for development. But then I'd have to go to localhost :3000 to access, like, I know a lot of people use ports for local and to switch between different sites, which is maybe not a bad idea, but then you just, like, you got to remember which number goes with which site. I've thought about creating some sort of like local, you can use the hosts file to create whatever local domains you want. Probably a .local domain, I've always thought was probably the best thing to do. But anyway, so the HTTP port is that redirect bit. And yeah, I guess it's different for... Well, wouldn't that throw an error if you're developing on 3000 for... Yeah, I don't think that would work so well, AI. But anyway, so the SSL is another part of the thing. So I do have a code example somewhere where I got that working. I did start doing this like production flag here, but what I'm not sure about, yeah, here's my my certificate bit. Let me get, so I didn't even add an IP here. Maybe it just defaults to 0000, which I guess is okay with me. All right, I'm just gonna copy this whole thing here and put this in a comment bucket down here because I don't feel like digging back through here to find this thing. This is in a different folder from a while ago when I had to do a HTTPS thing. What I'm curious about is this whole server setup. Am I extending something? Only my base class. Initialize server and then listen. A little confusing. What is the listen is this bit here, I think. Similar idea. Do I have a listen method in here? There it is. Using the HTTP server. And in this case, I set the HTTP server to an HTTPS server. So I might want to name that HTTPS server just so it's less confusing. Or I just use the same property name for both. This one has an IP, probably doesn't matter. I could just try this with a simple switch. So where do we, in this bit, express server, HTTP server, where's the HTTP server? This little thing here. So this part, initialize HTTP server, initialize express app before the server. When do we connect the two? It's this bit right here. When we create the server, then we pass in the express app, which is sort of like a callback function or something. I really forget how this all works, but it's not designed very well if you ask me. Initialize HTTP server. I could have a switch in here so that... But, yeah, I mean, I should just redo this shit. Can I keep the listen? No, I need a new listen. I'm just going to copy all this over because I'm getting so confused here. This is what happens when you, like, encapsulate and, try and make everything nice and overridable by using a million different functions to break it all out. Some ways it's easier, in some ways it just gets really confusing. Express app, HTTP server. I guess I'll copy this over for now so I know what we're starting with. And then when I do this and I start copying everything, then it gets even more confusing because now I have no idea what I'm changing. And so it's not a good way to go, but that's what I'm gonna do because I'm getting just need to flow with it. All right, so we do have the socket still. I'm gonna leave that alone. I might just disable it for a minute if it becomes a problem because I want to isolate this one issue here. I think all this can remain the same. And then I think here on the server, it's like if prod, then we want, whoa, touch list. That's some Epstein shit right there. I think we're still going to name it HTTP server just so the rest of it will work. HTTPS. I think we'll just import HTTPS. Where do we not have import HTTP and HTTPS? Okay. Import HTTPS at create server. All right, now we need the credentials. Where did I have that? Down here. Dir name. So I think we have the dir name. I hacked this together up here already. Let's just copy this into this part here. Not sure what these commented out, but sorry, these were probably the old ones. Oh yes. Had some variable name confusion. Let's just get rid of these. I'm not really sure. Dir name. All right, we don't need this actually. We have the dir name. Private key is read depend. All right, dir name needs to be underscore underscore. Then gonna be a little bit confusing, so I kind of need I believe okay, so I'm joining the dir name. The dir name is path to file name, file URL to path. Isn't that a function I have somewhere? File. Oh, that's part of the URL. But God, this shit is so confusing. I'm trying to figure out what kind of path do I need to get the friggin' thing working. So I'm gonna ask the computer. All right, so have my Lou42com repo, and there is a server.js that imports server Lou42com server3.js to create the new server. All right, in server 3.js. Well, and where is that on my? Am I still connected? Probably not. Authorize. Let's see if it'll work. Authorize always takes. Always takes way too many clicks to do anything. I did this yesterday. I don't know why I have to reauthorize every friggin' time with 7 clicks. Retry. I might have to log back in. Let's see. No, we're going. I'm trying to figure out. Oh my God, man. All right, so ls home. So this is the root, then home. Yeah, I think this little tilde means it's like my user folder or something. Alright, so on my VM, the repo is at home Mike 42.com. I will use certbot to generate the certificates, and let's just give it my code here. This was my local HTTPS code from server3.js. I'm wondering what my paths to the key search should be. Where does certbot generate them? etc let's encrypt. What's live? I don't know, but whatever. Specific files you want. Full path. So domain name. More secure practice. Oh my god, shut up. Yeah, I mean, it keeps telling me to do that, but I don't feel like doing that. It's just an extra layer of bullshit. Now, if my server gets compromised, then they get my keys, but my certificates or whatever, but whatever. So, what is... If my domain for the cert is lou42.com, does the path have a dot in it? Gemini tells me how good my question is every single time I say something. It's just like, shut up and tell me. Yes, the path to the certificate files typically includes the full domain name, including the dot. Priv key and full chain. Alright, let's just copy this thing and see if it's gonna work. If production, do one of these. Thanks for tabbing that properly. So I use Control-Shift-V because that's what... No, Control-V doesn't work any better. Come on, VS Code. You should get on that. How many people spend how much time collectively retabbing their shit because it always gets fucked when you paste it, the domain name. It's used as the directory name. So, yeah, I don't think we want... Before I was doing, like, a relative file read where I use, like, the file name of this file or something. No, it was... This was from my special configuration file. That's why it might have been a little confusing because the paths were different there. But okay, so for this one, I think it's going to use a root file path, which should work, which should be fine. Okay, so we still need this line here. Whoops. And then else. Just a normal guy. I think that's it. Something like that. Super simple. Loads the keys, which aren't going to exist unless we're on production. And Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of the gist. I mean, hell, I don't feel very confident about this, but add all, get push, or, oops, get commit, get push. Okay, and then on the server, do I have to stash or like get reset or something? I mean, the problem here is that I have changes that are I think that's okay. Get pull. Let's see if it barfs. Okay. I have like a sub repo, which makes it extra confusing, but it doesn't. I seem to have a problem updating like that. And so now we need to run the actual cert code. Okay, so I have cert bot installed. What do I run to generate the certs? I think we want standalone. Okay. Yeah, I think this is fine. The standalone thing just needs port 80 available. Let's give it a go. YOLO. Copying and pasting AI commands using sudo. Probably not a good idea. Oh, come on. Saving debug log. Enter email address. Fine. Just see what that does. Please read the terms of service. You must agree. Yes, absolutely. Whoops. Would you be willing, once your first service, to share your email address with the Electronic Frontier Foundation? And the nonprofit organization that developed CertBot, we'd like to send you an email about our work in encrypting the web. All right, what? Actually, I'm gonna say no. I don't need more spam. Fine, whatever. Account registered, requesting a certificate for Lu42 and WW. Successfully received certificate. It's saved at the proper path. The certificate expires in a few months. These files will be updated when the certificate renews. Which files? CertBot has set up a scheduled test to automatically renew. Oh, wonderful. Fucking AI was telling me that I'd have to run some sort of cron job to get it to update because whatever, if you like CertBot. Okay, so now, well, I mean, I don't think there's any harm in just firing it up and seeing what happens. I don't think it's going to work. We did need that node. Fuck, was it just node env equals production node server.js? But because I'm trying to do a socket thingy, well, all my ports are fucked, so we're just going to do... did I set that code up right for the right HTTPS? No, it's the listen part. Fuck. Okay, so if prod else this listening something its production. I believe we still want basically the same thing. Whoa! Alright, so 443. I think I'm just gonna skip the unnecessary port. I think it defaults to that. Alright, now I gotta do the little git add all, git commit git push. Then we swing over here and we have to redo that one, I think, and that one, and then node env equals production, and I do have to do sudo node env okay. It's got a space there. I don't know if that matters. It's also got a weird font for that code snippet. But all right, sudo node env equals production node.js server. Whoops, no, node server.js. Holy fork. Maybe? Oh, motherfucker. Require is not defined. What did I do? Copied some shit. And this is why editing like this is just shite. Wait, what? Where's my require? Where did I require something? What file did it say? What? Server 3, line 50. What? Oh, you fucking AI led me astray. Import fs from fs. I think, am I even using the fs? Yeah, I am. Okay, so now we have to do all the things, git add, git commit, git push, git reset, git pull, start. Woohoo! Production 443. The web root is undefined. It's not exactly good. Where did I define the web root variable? I thought there was like a express static. I guess I just have it hard coded. Maybe I just. Alright, I'm not using that. This isn't even the right file. It's this one. Public. Yeah. Alright, whatever. Let's just try it. Lou42.com. Oh, baby. Secure website. Let's go. Cool. I think I was getting these YouTube iframe problems before. Socket is connected. Wonderful. Is it a secure socket? I think I might have left the... Did I leave the protocol off of the... It would be... I believe it's the framework. Is it an extension, I think? Socket. This protocol. Let's go, baby. I don't even know why I did that. Maybe I did that when I was doing the the fucking gyro bit. It switches from WS to WSS for the it's kind of just like a secure socket protocol, but it's using it kind of dynamically to connect. And so when we're secure, it's connecting to a secure socket, and now I can fucking do a bunch of cool shit with it. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm gonna play this little video. Might take me a few minutes, so stand by. I am looking for smart people to help me build a community. And I'm looking to collect email addresses to help me get some feedback. Like, what's going to work, what's not going to work, I have no idea. This is really frustrating. It's not amazing yet, but in time it could be. If I'm going to create a mastermind community, you're going to learn soon enough who I am, what I'm trying to do. I've had a ridiculous struggle trying to just make this video that I'm recording right now. And if you're trying to become successful and build something, you might want to know that, like, there's some invisible dragons you have to fight in order to get there. Just click the link, fill out the survey, takes 2 seconds, and then we can get started. You have to be signed in to complete the form, so just click the sign in button and you can sign in with any Google account. You need to check the checkbox to give me your email address, but I won't publish these. This is going into a spreadsheet and it'll stay safe. I will plan on sending one update email at some point in the near future with maybe another video and survey like this if you want to keep going, but only one email, no spam. And then there are 2 questions to write whatever you want to give me a little feedback about the mastermind community and about the WebOS. The WebOS simply is better software. The WebOS is basically a simple web framework that can let us build all the cool things on a cohesive single platform and make it all synergize, you know, like all the user authentication and file systems and applications and settings. It's a big vision, but once you figure it out, it's actually pretty cool. Now, the mastermind community is a place where people can come together and level up, team up, maybe build a business or 3. And if you want to join the Discord server, you can come hang out with me. Hopefully we get a small community to grow, and as the community grows, we're going to get better. I can get better at making better videos and recruit more people and maybe get some real money to fund this thing and do it properly. So click the link, fill out the form, give me your email address, and stay tuned for the update video. Then I can keep this hope alive. Thanks for watching and have a great day. Don't forget to click the link and fill out the form. Thanks. Jehovah's Witness guy just came back to the door. I was in the bathroom and couldn't get there in time, and I'm losing my chess game because I'm distracted. 2 minutes. He's got 4 minutes. It's not looking good for me. I didn't really think this through, but now I just gotta force a move. Oh, that was terrible. Just lost my queen. Holy shit, man. What a bad move. Jesus Christ. That's what happens when you're rushed. Yeah, that video I just played, I did something that I guess I would just call it ducking the audio. And so more or less the audio would just kind of fade out and fade back in really quickly. And the computer did it automatically. It was able to like go through the whole video and just kind of like adjust the audio automatically. It wasn't super hard to do. And it kind of worked okay. You know, the idea was like generally what I was going for, but you know, as I was listening to that, I was realizing that the pace was too rushed and the music would kind of like blare in for a second and then dip out pretty quickly afterwards. So definitely not the what I was going for. Man, I'm just getting destroyed here. This is ridiculous. Got no time. Trying to talk and play at the same time. Lost my queen, so can't really even do anything here. If I make a mistake, I'm about to lose my rooks. Gotta get this knight into play. I think he's gonna push this pawn to the second to last row. I could probably pull up, I'll see if I can pull up my game. Chess.com. I'm actually playing on my phone. Can I see my own game? Hodensack. Is it this guy? No? You don't have any active daily games. Where is the friggin' current game? Maybe you can't do that? I can't watch myself play games? No? Live games or whatever? No. Online now. That's kind of disappointing. I've generally been sort of impressed with at least the design of their UI. Oh, 4 seconds left. Doesn't even matter. Put the phone down. All right. So, yeah, I think if I were to practice more on editing, I could, you know, get the hang of it. I mean, my message is obviously a little bit like depressing, and that was kind of the point. Is like, this is just so bad. And I mean, if you watch any of my streams, you know, it's clear that I'm struggling and it's bad. So now you have to see the value through the bullshit. And so I'm surprised that not a single person, you know, if I run that ad with 2,000 people or whatever it was, I've ran so many fucking ads, I can't even remember how many of them have failed. But like, nobody cares. Nobody fucking cares. And I think part of it is that there's only like 1% of the population who has the capacity to care, because like the rest of people are just dummies and doing their own thing. And so of the tech, 1% of the tech kind of population that, you know, could wrap their head around what I'm even saying and might be interested in, that only like 1% of those 1% would be the kind of like open-minded people that would be like, oh, this guy's a fucking idiot, and maybe I, you know, give them the benefit of the doubt. And so most people, it's very easily ignorable because I kind of made it that way. And that's sort of what I wanted. I mean, it was sort of like, you know, me being stubborn and just being like, look, I'm not gonna fake it. I need people to know where I'm coming from. And so like, I don't want to be trying to make this like awesome mastermind community and then people show up and realize I'm a fucking mess, and mentally unstable and alcoholic and addicted to all kinds of things. Like, barely tie my shoes, etc., etc. So I was sort of trying to make it, you know, more real and hoping that there'd be people out there who were also struggling and might empathize. But, and there probably are, but I don't know if those kind of people are. It's like if you're also burned out and kind of have given up on success, you're probably not interested in helping some other loser, you know, figure out why he's not going to be successful. So, on a better note, let's dance the fat off.
Singing low while I pop a bottle off of your chain swinging, clang clang, and it costs a lot. Bitch, I'm always at the guala, yeah, and you are not badass beat. Keep on going till you hit the spot. Whoa, I'm a big bag hunter with the bow. She got a big bed, number drop it low. Mama called me and she happy with the grow. Never ever fall for a body that's a no. Just pop the Kenny about a million options. So just talking to stop doing agreement. I rock arenas, bringing the peace. I'm bumping that park in the car, pretending I got all the eyes on me. Got a bad baby and she's independent. Too many people older than me that's seeking attention. When they warn me about the goofies, man, I should've listened. And the smell of the money, my strangest addiction. She tit for dick, I let her lit. I had to dip, I'm off a fifth, I'm all rich now. I bought a whip, I paint a paint, it drive itself. The fuck you think? Yeah, I'm rich now. Hey, little mama, yeah, you heard about me. I'ma pop you like a pea, yeah, at a mommy. Yeah, feel so hot like I'm chilling on the beach. Yeah, baby in the sun like the Teletubbies. Singing low while
I hadn't done it in a while, so it's kind of. I mean, I used to do, you know, dance around a lot, and I hadn't done it in such a long time that was kind of a rusty one. I think it turned out pretty well, though. I mean, I was a little like I don't know if I should post this shit. Let me see what YouTube thinks about this video. 900 views. Hey, one guy. Thanks, brother. Thanks for commenting. We did get 5 likes. One of them was mine, so 4 likes. Man, I thought that was like worth more than. That's 0.5%. 4.4%. 4 out of 1,000. Now, not all of them watched enough to like. Man, what is going on in the world today? Okay, so man, YouTube sucks. YouTube sucks so hard at organizing videos. It's like, it's just, and maybe they want it that way. But what if there were topics? What if like they actually tried to organize all this shit and like, you know, if you wanted to browse topics rather than just endlessly skip from one video to the next, jumping from topic to topic. I mean, that's actually, maybe that's the thing. If they organize the topics, then ex-Satanist exposes Halloween's demonic secrets. I mean, people who get real into Halloween, it does make you wonder if maybe they're hiding some sort of like terrible past where they were abused or something and taught to worship the devil or something. I don't know. But really, Halloween seems pretty innocent, where it's just kind of like a pumpkin head. What's that guy's name? The original Jack or something, right? Who's the pumpkin head guy? Not Jack Pumpkinhead. Man, what the? Pumpkinhead. But not Pumpkinhead. His fucking name is like. Oh my god, Pumpkinhead guy. What is his name? Jacko something. It's not Jack-o'-lantern. It's fucking. Or is it a no-headed guy? Headless Horseman? No, there's like. thought it was Jack something. No, Jack-o'-lantern? Is that his name? I don't know why I feel like there's something else, but maybe it's Jack-o'-lantern. I don't know. Let's Google it. He's a Marvel guy? The fuck? Anyway, so where were we? Oh, we got our fucking secure website working. So now it's like back to the grind of, I could make a homepage. This is kind of like I was just fucking around with some layouts. I mean, this like sub nav here, it's kind of cool. It's exactly the same as this one. I was just, needed a list of things to display. And, well, part of it is like a layout question, on my giant monitor. Like, I think it'd be cool to, start creating my own workspace where every day when I come down here to my dungeon and start trying to work on something, I pull up, a workspace that I have full control over to customize and, do what I want. So finding the right layouts, I have so many friggin' layout pages even, like, 3 columns here. We got, this was kind of an interesting bit here. Is this not going to work? 42.com. Failed to fetch dynamically imported module. Oh, because I changed my routing pattern. And now this just bombs? That's kind of wild. Why would that... Wait, what? I was just here. Cannot read properties of undefined. Something not right here. Maybe my server failed or something? Why did that work now? And then if I refresh, it works. If I click on this one and I get an error, and then I try and go back and refresh, holy fuck, man. Why? I don't know. But okay, so, well, I was doing this one yesterday. This one's kind of cool. Because it's responsive. I mean, the responsive bit there, it's kind of like, you can't underestimate how powerful it is to have a clean layout that you just know is going to work on any device. And you can put whatever the fuck you want in there. And, I mean, I do think, playing around with this one is, worthwhile endeavor. Not sure I got the stomach for it right now. I kind of think getting the homepage cleaned up. These are just some fake routes that I was dealing with. I got my video game. I was going to do a landing page here. Looks like I didn't even do anything. I mean, one of the things that sucks about this is that it takes so friggin' long to, like, push changes. I mean, I guess it's not that long, but it's like, now I have, my localhost version and my production version, and I'm just going to confuse myself about what's where and, like, getting it all to flow. It's not like I really want to just develop live, and make all the... I mean, I could, though. I might be able to set up VS Code with some... I was looking into this a while back. Set up some sort of plugin in order to make changes directly on the live website and just fuck the local website and just be like, it's all live. Therefore, like, if my computer blows up, then it's all live. If somebody suicides me, then it lives on. So I could do that. I don't know if there's pros and cons to that, obviously. If you, like, make an error and you crash your server, then Maybe I get one of those server managers to bring it back up. I probably should look into that, but it's like writing a bunch of code that then, you know, I guess it would be like I would just use that production flag. Well, you have to start the server with the PM or whatever. Isn't it called PM? Google was just telling me about it. Weren't they giving me like... Gave me a whole bunch of advice about how to use PM the other day. Where was that one? But I mean, getting the cert working is actually pretty damn cool. It's yeah, here's the bunch of optimizations, logging, caching with Redis. I would imagine this is some sort of like file system cache so that it doesn't have to read from the file system on every request. I would sort of assume Express would do that, but maybe not. Yeah, rate limiting to make sure people aren't bombing you. But that can be really tricky, right? Like you kind of need like a sophisticated DDoS protection. You can't just have a rate limiter because they use different IPs, or I guess you could just have a global rate limiting so that, but then they deny the service. They start bombing you with requests and your server says, whoa, slow down, and then nobody can load a page. Wait, where was it? Here we go. PM2, yeah. So is that it? You just 2 lines of code and now it's gonna restart itself if I crash something? I could create like a path. I was just thinking, how do I test a crash? I could create a path, like a request path, like /crash. If you just go to that URL, it temporarily crashes the server just to test if it comes back up. It's sort of also, well, I mean, it could throw an error, and so it's sort of like a restart. Although you might also want like a restart button and some sort of dashboard to do more of a clean shutdown and restart. I mean, getting the first, it's not like my first website per se, but you know, it is like my first fully hosted, fully managed, full control, doing all the bits myself. Running a VM, running the server, a node server even is, you know, I've done a lot of local stuff with my node server, but you know, most of my web stuff, public web stuff in the past has been with like, well, either Firebase as a static site or WordPress in the long past, or like GitHub pages or something, but you know, static based stuff. So now having like my own node server running, you know, it opens up a lot of doors in terms of what can be done. And I do think the file system approach is really good. It's just very simple. And I could definitely create things. I mean, I do think having the local version and the production version as separate things where I can like test stuff and control what stuff I want to push. Not 100% sure how that's going to work. Maybe I even have like a local staging, or like different branches maybe checked out so that, well, because if I'm trying to do like, well, all this bullshit, like look at all these tests, all this bullshit that do I really want to push all this stuff? Half of these things don't even work because I changed the routing pattern, so I really need to just clean this whole thing up. But part of me doesn't want to, because the second I start can I keep it somewhat accessible? Should I try and fix some of these routes so that I can pull up some of these tests? I mean, it's really more the code and just kind of skimming over the code to see generally what I was doing before. I mean, definitely seeing it in action helps. But yeah, I mean, I think keeping some of the examples isn't a bad idea. So it is kind of cool that this is like fully live. You know, before I had all these examples and I could record a video of it. I don't even have my local. What's going on here? Did I crash my local one? I think I shut it down in order to do all the commits. Node server.js. Yeah, so the local one, you know, had everything, you know, this whole site local. Okay, so one of the things I wanted to do is get the authentication working. So that could be a good task. So that I can get people to log in. So that I myself can log in. So that I can start saving user data via the WebSocket so that people can like make comments and I can save it all in the right folder so that it can load back up, you know, properly. And I have oh man, do I want to start fucking around with my if I go to the wrong page here, it's gonna start doing a bunch of like server socket writes and it's gonna send a bunch of shit to the server to write. It's the saving one. Well, YOLO. So it did, yeah, it didn't throw any errors. Let's see if the server crashed. Doesn't seem like it did. Boom. And so let's just test this out. Wow, is this writing all these things? Yep. And is it crashing? It says it's writing it. Refresh. But it's not logging the writes. But I think it worked. Why isn't it? I had log commands when it writes a file. Do I not? Let me see. This would be in the server socket server write console.log file written successfully. Why does that not work? That's a good question. Because we're getting the socket connected. Maybe this is not connected anymore because it's the last request path was not the right one. Oh, I'm local here, motherfucker. Okay. All right, let's do this. Let's go halvesies. Let's pull up maybe the server log. Let's get rid of it. I guess we want the console open here. All right, here we go. The moment of truth to see if. Boom. My paths have double slashes in them. Seems to work. We are streaming file writes to my server. That's pretty badass. Works pretty quick for a micro, VM. I mean, how hard is it to stream a little string and write it to the file system? But now I'm editing an actual file live. It's this there's a folder and a file for each of these. I can't browse the file system on my VM very well. I mean, I can do it if I like either bring up another SSH window or something, but I mean, creating a better file system UI, like I have the sitemap, which is sort of like a file system. Well, in fact, here, I could go into my notes. It would be test, saving, notes. these are all the notes that it created and where it's saving the stuff. Can I click on? I don't think clicking this. It tried to load it or something incorrectly. But anyway, yeah, creating a good file system UI so that I can. And by the way, if anyone goes to my website right now, they can just start fucking around with any of these things and start, actually messing up. Well, I don't know if it would mess things up. It could just, well, you could go into that note thing and just create infinite notes, and it would just start writing all that shit to my VM file system, and isn't really a problem. But yeah, a lot of things that could happen here. Oh man, should I get the authentication working? It would be useful because then I could make a place for some of these more security oriented tasks, like if I had a file system UI where I could actually drag files around or delete files or whatever. Now, I mean, creating a robust file system the right way is no joke. I mean, you kind of want a log for everything that you do, and then even maybe some sort of recycle bin to restore things if they're deleted. I don't know. Because if you accidentally delete something, you should be able to just Control Z and undo it. And, if that's a massive file or something. In fact, you might not even want to move, doing file moves for a big video, multi-gigabyte video file, for example. Moving it to a recycle bin, you used to have to sit around and wait. Delete stuff, and then it'd be deleting, 15 minutes remaining. And so just, making a flag on your UI that says, removes it from the view or dims it out so that it looks like it's gone or something, and then delete it later so that if you Control Z, it just pops right back. A lot of that shit that I got to figure out. So, I was talking yesterday about how I need to redo my router to create I basically need a route manager that kind of works with, the server express, routing logic, but also has a UI so that I can actually just see a flow chart or a list at least of well, I mean, most of the routes are just pretty dumb. It just does its thing and does it pretty quick and easy, and it's actually using client-side routing. I believe I think right now everything falls back to the root index.html, which would be where is it? Wouldn't it be right here? Maybe they don't have HTML files in the sources. But anyway, it's everything falls back to the index.html, and then it looks at the URL to figure out which module to load, which then renders the whole page. Well, I would like to make a team. This little T here. I guess these are all little, eh? Test. Ooh, nothing. What? This used to work. Why no? Why do you fail? Let's refresh. Still no. No errors? What is the test page doing? Test. Oops, here, page. Is it because I'm awaiting app.ready? There should be this shit going on here. Why not? We never get here. Yep. Why is the app never ready? Socket is connected. Is it because I'm importing some sort of style sheet that never gets there? Well, question for another time. See if localhost works. I don't think that await thing there is not ideal, but I don't. Wait, what? Crazy. Why doesn't the app ever ready up? I thought I fixed most of these problems. God damn it, man. Well, it's using this app, and that app is readied up via. Is there some sort of like. It's not actually doing anything. It is making a new app, and we have framework, core, app, and that is doing this. We're not injecting until ready, and we're not ready because dynamic import. That seems to be working. Oh, okay. So I made a mistake here. I changed the load order. I basically did this. I awaited the I await the page. It doesn't have an export. I don't think that's the problem. I await the page in the app because there was this thing that I didn't even have the problem, but I kind of suspected there might be a problem, that I wanted the app to inject after the dynamically imported page runs. So it renders off screen and then injects it. And if you don't await app.ready, it's fine. The problem here is that if you await in the page here, then this is a big problem. Can't wait in page. Let's think this through real quick. So await page. So like before I should say I've awaited the imported page so that before render, which doesn't necessarily matter. That only matters if there's an export. But also I'm awaiting I don't know why this worked. I think we need to await I think this should work here. Await app.directory. I think it's app.directory.ready. Is that gonna work? Seems to. All right, I think that's the right one. And this whole load order thing is always driving me crazy because it's keep changing it and then other things break. I've awaited the imported before render. Oh, I wanted to look at the app.js because yeah, wait, async we're not awaiting initialize page. I think the big thing, I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with this part, but it is really confusing the way we're awaiting ready here and we're awaiting the mod here. Okay, so first we set up some stuff, then we import based on the path name, then we, well, and the, okay, so it's this part, the loaders, means that the app.ready, this .ready, is not ready until the mod is ready. Which also, okay, so this creates like a little uncertainty here where when we run the page, and what's initialize do? It renders this app, which is probably just empty, unless I use that for something. That's a little confusing, but the page is going to do its thing and then stop here, and then it's going to hit this and also wait ready, and then both of these essentially are going to be clearing at about the same time, and so there is sort of this race condition in terms of which one happens first. I think, I'm not actually sure. I would say this one gets added first, and so this probably clears first, I would guess. And then it's likely that this happens and it renders this if there is an export, but it might not. And then it clears the loader and then clears the ready and then does the injection. However, if this never clears, then the whole ready thing never clears, and that's because of the await in the page. That needs to be cleaned up for sure. That's super confusing. But I don't know if I want to mess with that right now. Let's take a quick stab at it. So load order, sort of like dynamically import some page.js. Delay app.ready with page.js. This is kind of the bit that I was adding, and the idea is that, you know, let the imported page finish running. It's going to run, you know, once it's imported, it's going to run sequentially, synchronously until the end of the script, and then only then it should resolve, I believe. And so awaiting this mod here, or even adding this mod to the loaders. Oh, so the first mod is a promise. The second mod is the actual module, that the value that gets resolved. That's a little confusing. I could probably rename all these, but all right, so yeah, it's sort of this race condition of we kind of await mod in two places. We have, you know, initialize page, which then does a root append of the page if there's something to append based on the default export, which could be a page. And I haven't really fleshed that all out. It's just sort of a concept. Initialize page, and then app.root.append app.page. So that's like, renders the exported page if there is anything. And it could even be a value, and that should all work properly because append is a smart append and can handle a bunch of inputs to it. And then we also let's just say await app.ready and then app.inject, which does the actual inject. It's appending the root to the body. Yeah, the problem I was running into, or conceptually, was that could the app be ready before the page runs? And so, like, you do this dynamic import, but you don't, if you don't await the finishing of that import, then all the style sheets and fonts and whatever could be cached and loaded, which then allow, this, I think I was always awaiting the module because we needed that to render it, but essentially the injection could happen before this happens, before the page even loads, like if it loads slowly, for example. And so, like, this is the race condition, and this isn't good. Now, there's not always... Maybe what we want is, like, we want the app.ready to await this entire page initialization. And so we await the module, we do the rendering, and then we finish this whole function, but the whole initialize page promise, essentially, that is sort of returned automatically. Like, I could add it to the loaders up here. I mean, just to show what that would look like, this dot loaders dot push this dot initialize page. So it's confusing what's going on there, but essentially, because it's an async method, it returns kind of implicitly a promise that then gets added. Well, first it's calling the method, which is exactly what it's doing here. So, it's still doing that, but we're also, and then, yeah, we don't have to await it here, although we could, maybe even should. Should we just await it here? And then also await app.ready, this dot ready before injecting? Wait. This dot initialize page. Basically, just make sure that this finishes. The module gets imported, that module finishes running, and then initialize, which isn't really doing anything, might not do anything. It might, though, like putting a render in the app. Not sure how that would interact with the page. I kind of feel like that needs to be reworked. Like, what would you render after the page has already been imported? Especially, like, well, what could the page do, and how would this render interact with that one? This gets complicated, but ignoring this initialize here, the idea is that this could just delay. Instead of having, like, two kind of separate asynchronous things just fired off that finish at different points. That's the whole race thing that we're trying to avoid. We then wait here for the first step. Then we await everything, which includes the first step, which, I guess it doesn't really need to, but it just makes sure, I guess we could take that out of here then. Because this whole thing wouldn't finish until this is resolved anyway. So it could just simplify the logic. I don't know if I want to do this. I guess I'll try it. Let's comment this out. I think this should work. Like, finish this first. Whatever. Let's just see if it... Wait, what? And promise. App.directory.ready. Why didn't this throw before? App page. It might have something to do with my other app.js. Initialize app. Initialize socket directory. Wait. Okay, so all there. This is a bit dicey here. Maybe I need to completely backtrack here. Okay, this app is initializing, and this all happens after the page has been. Before it was after it was requested, but not necessarily after it finishes. So that's not. Yeah, this is really, really confusing. I need to figure out this load order. I think maybe backing all this up because I just don't feel like dealing with this. Is like a major distraction right now, and I'm not sure if I'm in. I was kind of looking forward to making progress with the authentication. I'm gonna just sit here for a second and see if anything comes to me. Why would all of these happen after? Well, so it was more of like a page request, the initialized page, and it just so happened to work so that it like fired off the request and then did some asynchronous stuff without actually awaiting it before. But now that we're awaiting it, it causes this initialize here to also await this, which is just bad in this case. I mean, and the word initialize kind of, I often think of it as like do it once at the beginning, but also maybe sort of after everything else happens. And so maybe more of like an instantiate type of a method to do everything is a better idea. I could just change that real quick. God damn it, this is such a big change, and I hope it doesn't break things. It's asynchronous. Why is instantiate asynchronous? I'm not awaiting anything. Maybe I was. The fact that it extends base, there's nothing in base that's like awaiting instantiate, I don't think. Unless I did something crazy there. Let's just check. No. So it doesn't really matter if this is async. I think maybe I was thinking it could be. And actually, it could be. Can you override a non-async with an async? I don't see why not. Let's see if it has a problem with that. I kind of want that one over here. Whew, all right. Does this need to be async? I don't know. Let's see. Async, instantiate. Let's go back to the root class here. And we're gonna need assign args. like, I don't know if requesting the page and awaiting it all at once is the best idea, but we're just going to go with it for a second. No, we don't want to wait to request these. In fact, we kind of want to do those sooner. Whoops. No. Oh, fuck off. Directory.ready. Initialize directory. What is the directory? Is it not a ready event? Or promise, extension, directory. I think I'm using directory 1 still, even though I could probably switch that over. Does it not use a ready? This dot resolve. No, I don't have this. Oh, this dot ready. Yeah, as a new promise. Why is that not available here? App.directory.ready. Houston, we have a problem. Oh, we need some args. Oh, you know what? Fuck. This isn't going to work like this because I can't override instantiate in a new... When I create a new instance, I'd have to extend the class to override it. That's a minor inconvenience. Alright, let's go... Holy fuck. Alright, let's go... Let's do some time travel. Let's control copy, control Z. Okay, it's all the way back. Let's paste this here. This can't be that. It's got to be initialize app. I guess we're going with... This is just the easiest way I can think of to get this done, and I think we want all of this up here. We don't need this anymore. All right, whew! Look at that. Well done. Okay, so that is likely to be a pain point in the future because this whole like request and await at the same time. I think we might need to do something with that, but it's really confusing in terms of like the actual order of everything and how that all works. But no, we got our test page back and it should be loading in the right order. It should be awaiting everything before injection, essentially. So like if we break on inject, there is nothing in the page, and then we step over this bit here. Where are my controls? Step over, I think, or just step. Oh, I should have stepped over. Boom. So in one line of code, this inject, it basically just takes. Well, we're doing 2 steps here because I have. I put the root in this little wrapper main area, and then append the whole thing to document.body. So it's 2 little steps, but nothing is, it's not repainting until this second line here, and it chucks the entire website into the page. And so, it's like load everything, set everything up, and then when everything is ready, chuck it in the page. So I think that's okay. Hopefully we didn't break anything. A lot of these tests aren't going to work, but a lot of them should. Wait, what? Do I not have the right? Oh, mother trucker. Wait, what? Do I not have the right? I think it's my Zoom. Oh, my Zoom's way off, maybe? What is going on here? My responsive styling just sucks. I was kind of trying to see if it would work properly. What? Why is this zooming way in? It might have something to do with the viewport tags, but I thought I set those up properly. Don't I have... No, not here. Oh, maybe I don't have them set up properly. What's the right viewport meta tag? Does this change how it looks? It doesn't. Why is it so big? We're at 0% scale, but like, I think I've had problems with this friggin' emulator. I think it has done some wonky shit in the past. This is much more what I was hoping for. Sort of like a mobile type. I can't go back on this without going here, but so on mobile, you have one column, click on something, get to the second page, click on something, get to the third page. I need some navigation for it, but okay. So what do we do? What do we do? Okay. I think we cross our fingers on this. Yeah, the initialize here just doesn't make much sense. I don't even, what did I actually call it in here? I don't, like, forget the initialize thing. There's no render function here. Which I think is okay, because it's like, the app's not actually doing much. It's just setting up some wrappers and stuff. All right, so how about authentication? I think the new One Touch, I'm gonna go pour myself some coffee. All right, so authentication. I did write down, I might even put it in my notes at one point, the overview of the steps for getting that to work. Man, I have so many notes and they just kind of like, for a minute, they seem like worth writing down. Oh, here we go. Google sign in, get the token, create a session. Yes, it's the sessions that are going to be kind of a pain in the butt. I don't think I want to save sessions in the repo. All right, let's think this through. I'm using NoDB, just file system, for saving data in my in my Node web app. So I'm just thinking I could try and use Git in like a private repo, or even just like a local repo even. I don't know. Like right now I'm pushing to GitHub and pulling from GitHub, and like GitHub is configured properly to be like a server that does that. I don't think I can push. Let's change gears for a second. Can I have a local private Git repo and push directly to my VM? I mean, I think I can. I think the setup is harder though. How to set up the remote repository. User at IP. So I don't think I can SSH in like that unless I create a password or something. Navigate to where you want to store the repo. What is SRV? Create a new directory. Yeah, and this whole bear thing, I feel like I've heard this before when you're doing... Yeah, I think you like push into the bear repo and then you have to pull from it into another folder or something. Configure, pushing to your local machine. Add the VM. Holy fuck, this is a lot of steps. Push your local changes. Securely stored in your private Git repo on your VM. Would you like a brief explanation? Yeah, so there's like a second step. I don't want all these fucking steps. Like if I just create this massive workflow where every single time I try and do anything, I have to do 8 steps to get it to work. Well, what's the alternative? I could just save it to the VM's file system. What is my VM? Cloud console. VM. Can I just click on that? Does it tell me shit about it? What is the type? But isn't it like a... It's like a micro. Something micro. Where does it say micro? There we go. E2 micro. I'm just wondering how much hard drive space. My VM is E2 micro. How much hard disk space is there for saving to file system? I forget how this works. There's like dynamic storage, 30 gigs. Okay. So if I just start saving data to the VM, I mean, I don't really even care about backups right now. I think the Google's doing snapshots. It's already been doing like, it says there's like 14 snapshots of my VM. So I think it automatically backs it up. So maybe I just don't care about that shit for now. I just want to like, I'm just running with it, trying to get something plugged in and working. Try and rework it later. So the sessions, do I just not care about backing them up? Testing the sessions locally is going to be important because I definitely can't be pushing to the production server every time I need to change something. That's like 12 steps, and it's going to drive me crazy. It might be good to figure out a way to make changes directly, but I mean, that whole resetting Git, once my production code gets like out of sync with, and I have to reset it and then pull. It's like I already feel like that's gonna blow up in my face, where I'm just gonna run into some giant Git problem where I can't recover from it, and I just gotta like reset the entire server and do all the certificates and all the bullshit again. God damn it! What kind of nightmare am I creating here? Let's see. So, I don't know if there's a better option with Git. I'll think that through later. The fact that I have the framework as a sub-repo definitely doesn't help. It adds to some of that confusion. But I guess that's, secondary concern. Well, so give me an overview of Express sessions. Well, first, where should I save them? Definitely not into the repo, because, like, if I need to reset it or whatever, I definitely don't want that shit in there. Using some root, like, data folder might not be a bad idea, just to have somewhere to put it. Let me see if I can make a new SSH just for doing other things. VM SSH. There should be like a new tab button on these things. Okay, so we got like dev. Lost and found. Don't know about. If I want to save data on my VM, where it's accessible to the node app, which directory is best? Could just be in home. Least astonishment. Least astonishment? What does astonishment mean? It's a design guideline that states a component of the system should behave in a way that most users or developers will expect it to behave. It's called intuitive. Thereby minimizing core concept, whatever. Okay, so users home. Yeah, so I don't really want it in don't really want it in I don't want it in the project folder, in the Lou42com folder, or that's the repo folder. It could be in the home mic folder, but like then all the code that writes to those files needs to have /home/mic, which is very user specific. But I guess we could do that for now, just to, because that's the default cd home Mike, ls. So we could just put it in here and have a folder for user, maybe users, and then the username, and then, you know, their data. And I've thought about that a bunch of times. I don't know if I'm quite there yet. I first need sessions. So I think having a folder here for sessions, and then, I mean, it sort of is like a project specific thing. And so maybe I should have, in case I wanted to run like another project on, I don't know if the home directory, you can just put other projects in there. I don't know if I should try and move. I don't think it really matters where this Lu42com is. I could just move that to a deeper directory. A lot of options there. But okay, what was my question before? Didn't I cut it? Express sessions. Let's do this in a new one so it doesn't pollute its what do they call that? The token window or whatever. Give me an overview of express sessions. I guess that's it. Should do a pretty decent job. User state. Yep, creates a session object on the request object. Session ID, which is signed for security against tampering. It generally does not contain the actual user data. How would you set session.userid equals, what is this user here? Maybe it's just, I don't know. Session data is destroyed when the user logs out. Would you not want them to be able to reactivate their session? By default, it uses, I remember reading this part, it uses an in-memory session store. This is only suitable for development and testing as it does not scale past a single process, and all session data is lost if the server restarts. For production environments, you must configure a dedicated session store that persists data such as the file system. These stores link the session ID from the cookie to the actual session data stored securely on the server. Now the problem is that because I'm trying to do it my own way here, I might be better off just not using the express session thing, because like it's set up to use one of these and I might just have to hack it and use all their function names and just like drive myself crazy. Alright, I'd like to use the file system to store session data. Is it going to be harder to use express session to do that, or should I create my own simple session system? Not harder than using a database, but you should not create your own simple session system. Simple setup. However, read-write operations are slow compared to memory stores. It can also lead to concurrency issues and is difficult to use when scaling your application across multiple processor servers. Redis isn't persistent, is it? You are committed to using the file system for a non-production small-scale project. You use a community maintained session store module like connect files for wait what? If you recommend to use this module implements the necessary API for a session store so it integrates seamlessly with Express Session. I mean, I'm not necessarily opposed to just throwing that in there if they say it works. I definitely don't want the session stored in the repo. This would have to go in the server. Available in your routes. Well, like, how the heck does it save that shit? How? When you increment session views, it automatically saves to file system. Detect any changes made to the whole object. That sounds like a big question mark. Use session function? Is that what they did up here? Oh yeah, right there, okay. Resave false, recommended. It prevents sessions from being saved back to the store? What? Why would you want to do that? Save uninitialized? Prevents saving new sessions that have not been modified? What the fuck? Save what would be a new session? Why would you? Maybe if there's no data, if it's just empty, then it doesn't save it. Maybe, I don't know, this is crazy. Does not prevent modified sessions from being saved. It only prevents the session from being saved back to the store when it was not modified during the request. Since you are explicitly changing the session data, the save option is distributed regardless of the resave setting, ensuring your counter is correctly persisted to the file system. Well, obviously, why would you just resave the exact same data? I'm guessing it's saving a JSON file. So, putting all the session data into one file is precisely not what I want to do. Because if you have a lot of users and they are doing a lot of shit at the same time, then you're just going to be rewriting these files like mad, and you're rewriting the whole file. And so I've already decided to create deep file systems like the test, saving, notes, and all these deep notes. And so you basically just have a minimal, and you're using lots of directories, which, you know, have their own overhead for sure, but like you use directories to organize kind of, instead of just having one big JSON tree for lots of data, which could work, you know, fine, but like if you're editing one little field within like a giant JSON file, you have to rewrite the whole damn file every time you change one little thing, and especially if you're trying to do that on keystroke, like, you know, like I had done. Well, this current note system is set up to just write it to file on keystroke, which might not be ideal. I could try and buffer those changes, but or you know, buffer and batch them, but having it broken out into lots of subfolders and files to organize the things just seems to make sense to me, so that you're only writing the part of the file system that needs to be written to, and the rest stays the same. And so the connect file store is probably garbage, or at least, I don't know. Oh, okay, so what if I use a minimal session data? So I maybe could use the connect file store just because it integrates properly with the session system that sets up all the things. And basically, I'm not sure what the secret is. Maybe it's just a random string that's like a seed for the session ID. So I mean, wouldn't it be better security-wise to just have a random seed? Like, just make it more random so that nobody can guess it ever, rather than have a fixed one that makes it at least, you know, more stable. Not sure exactly if it's used like cryptographically and can be used to like reverse the session ID or something. I'm not sure what's going on there. Well, so I believe this is creating a session ID. I'm not sure exactly how it stores it on the file system. Each user essentially is going to have one session ID. I mean, I guess if they have different devices, the same user could have multiple sessions. In fact, they could open up, should a different tab be a different session? These are all like complicated questions that I haven't thought through. I generally would imagine that the same device, or at least the same browser session, you could go incognito and get a separate session. It's sort of like a different device, because the way the browser handles cookies is based on the browser kind of has its own idea of what a session is, or at least when it comes to storing cookies for certain domains. And so this is like a HTTP only cookie, and it is, you know, transmitted with every request, and it does it, as far as I know, it's just one long string. The express session ID is like the password, and whenever a request is made with a session ID, it looks it up, and if it exists, then it just authorizes that. You know, it's like the full authorization, which seems a little risky to me. It's because you literally could just guess a session ID and send it along, and if you guessed right, then you'd have access to that session. But if they're really hard to guess, which I think they are, then it's like astronomical odds of it, you know, doing so. But all these questions are like, you know, I don't know. I'm not sure exactly. It's not really clear to me. I think just hacking this together and trying to get it to work. Can I test this locally? I think I should be able to. Let's see why not. It should probably save. I could probably get it to just save in a relative folder so that no matter where I put the repo, it just always climbs out to the parent folder and then creates the thing. And then if I, organized things into project folders for different sites or whatever later, then it would all work properly. That could work. So why don't I just install it and see what happens? Connect file store. Pass session to the store module. That's kind of weird. What is... Okay, so the thing that I'm still unclear about is how does the session, like what kind of data does the session store? Let's ask, like if I have user data saved outside the session, what kind of data gets saved in the session? Like view counts and stuff, or like activity or whatever? Oh, your question is so good. If you have your main user data, like profile, whatever, stored in a separate persistent store, like the file system, you should only save the minimum necessary data in the session. The primary purpose of the session is to act as a fast temporary lookup key and state container. Here's a breakdown of the kind of data you should typically be saved in the session. User ID, the most critical piece of data, is the primary key. Use quickly look up the user from your main database on every request. Okay. A simple flag to confirm the user is logged in. This is often implicit if user ID exists, but can be explicit for clarity. Dun, dun. Okay. I mean, honestly, if all it did was save a link to the user, essentially, and then what if all the session data that I wanted, even like any of these things, could be based on, like, once we have the user ID, so I could use the connect file store just to save the user ID only. Then once the user ID is accessed via the express session system, then that I look in the users folder for that session ID. I could have like slash user. Here, let's write this down. Slash user slash session session ID. It would really be slash user ID slash session slash session ID. It's a little excessive, but if you wanted to have, I mean, then you have, well, you potentially have more control over the session. I mean, I'm thinking for security purposes and logging in, having a long-lived session, wasn't this thing having a expiration on the cookie one day? So if a session is removed, then you send, the user tries to reload the page with the session, that session ID gets sent, and instead of the site working, it basically shows that you're logged out. You have to go then click like sign in again, and if I'm doing Google authentication, ideally it would work with one click. You just click on the Google button, it does its thing, you've already authenticated the app, it gets the whatever token from Google, and then you can confirm, match up the Google ID with what you've done in the past and be like, okay, yep, you are that person, and then you create a new session ID. However, and we'll have to do that at some point, I think, if people clear their cookies are coming from a new machine or whatever. But retries 5. What the hell does that mean? Maybe that's like the file. It looks like a property of the file store. So maybe if it fails to load the user data, it tries 5 more times and then goes up. Save uninitialize cookie. Oh, the cookie max age. What does that have to do with? Controls how often dead sessions are removed. Is it running some sort of cron job to like delete the whole session thing? 1 day in milliseconds. So it's the cookie's age that's how long it's going to live on their machine. And I would say that should just be like a year or something. Because we're not doing any high security business. We just want to like generally keep people logged in. And the other one, let's ask, what does file stores TTL do? Does it cron job and delete session IDs if after a day? Lifespan for session file and disk, but does not delete. Here's a breakdown. Server side is a setting on the server side session store that determines when a session is considered expired. You set TTL in seconds. Expiration check on read. When a user sends a request, Connect File Store checks the session file's timestamp. If the file is older than the TTL, the store treats it as an expired session, returns nothing to express session in the middle, or effectively creates a new session for the user. Session files themselves are not instantly deleted when they expire. Instead, Connect uses a garbage collector mechanism. Timer periodically runs, clean up expired files, retries. Frequency of this check is determined by the retries option. What? Which defaults to 5. This value is the number of times it will try to clear sessions before giving up. More common option that controls. This is confusing me, but probably not so important. But I mean, is there? It's sort of the same thing where it's just like making it expire. The whole flow of like, you know, what does it mean to expire an old session and set up a new session, and like, do we need to transfer data from the old session to the new session? Or I'm not super familiar with this. I think just getting something working is probably better than nothing. And getting it to work with the Google authentication is maybe something worth asking the computer about. How would I integrate Google Auth with this? I should have specified the one tap. No, I don't want to use Passport. It's just extra bullshit. I mean, I could if it's easy, but the problem is that in the past I used Firebase, and Firebase, it was just so complicated, and it's trying to make it easier, but it doesn't. And then you're like, wait, where is all this coming from and going, and what is going on here? All right, let's start over. Using Express Session Connect File Store and Google One Tap Sign In. Workflow. Give a quick overview of using with simple code examples. Something like that. Install things, session file store. session management with Express Session and a store like Session File Store, often used instead of the deprecated Connect File Store. Thanks for telling me now, dummy. Oh, and look, that's important. And why does the cookie need secure? What is a secure cookie? I don't know how that works. Same site lacks. Google One Tap sign-in workflow. Google One Tap simplifies sign-in by showing a non-intrusive prompt. Leveraging the active session. So it might already show you logged in. The core workflow involves client. I don't really need like the actual One Tap thing. It's just more getting the right API that doesn't require 12 clicks. And the token to your backend. Instead of using fetch and post, I was thinking about just using the socket. I think that would work just as well. Yeah, it's just JSON data credential. So, once we send the token, I think that's pretty easy. I do need to load this GSI client file, apparently. Not sure if you can import it. That would be ideal. I think this is the actual button. I can probably just use that to test this whole thing. I don't really like... I don't know, am I going to inject this thing with JavaScript? And then is it going to work properly? I don't know. Let's see. Read the rest of this Google Auth library. Hopefully I can import these. You never know these days. Client ID. Your Google client ID, same as client side. Oh, right here. Okay. So I gotta get that from Google. I mean, this I think is gonna work for all paths. I think we want to change this to, maybe we need to put this string before this, just so it's only parsing as JSON for this path. Not 100% sure on that. Maybe I do just keep it as a post and do this fetch thing, just because it's, I mean, copying and pasting all this is a pretty quick way to get it working. I don't know if I can test this locally. How do I create the app to get the app ID? That's a great question. One tap client ID setup. Cloud project, create a new project, name the project, note the project ID is generated, click create. One thing I'm been curious about is, can I use the same Google app ID for web auth and Android auth? So once they've approved the app, they can sign in quicker without re-approving. That's an excellent question. It gets to the heart of the benefits of using Google's auth. The short answer is yes, you should use... Wait, what? Can I use the same? And they're saying yes, but no. Cross-platform trust advantage. Here's the breakdown of why this is the best practice on how to use the seamless sign-in you're looking for. You need separate IDs. While both web and Android auth are related to the same app, Google requires them to be distinct for security reasons and due to their different authentication mechanisms. Web application type requires authorized JavaScript origins like your domain with authorized redirect URIs. It uses secrets and tokens differently than native app. Client ID requires a unique package name and apps signing certificate. These are cryptographic. You cannot combine these unique platform-specific identifiers into a single client ID. Well, I mean, if my app is like a PhoneGap app, then it might just work with one. Client cross-identity advantage. The key to achieving quicker sign-in without reapproval lies in keeping both web client ID and Android client ID under the same Google Cloud project. Cross-client identity means single consent. When a user grants consent, approves scopes to your application using the Android app, Google records that trust for the entire Google Cloud project. Reduced friction when the same user later signs in via the web using the web client ID from the same project. I mean, that's basically what I was looking for. It looks like it's not going to be a problem, but if I'm using PhoneGap or Cordova or whatever for Android, would I need to use Android auth, or would the same web auth just work? After all, it's loading. It's just loading the... No, I don't know if it's loading from the website. It could, but you probably would want it... No, you'd want it to work offline, so you wouldn't want it to just pull all the files from the actual domain. Well, that's a whole nother thing. I was just wondering if there's some way that when setting this up to get it to work on both, but I guess... Alright, configure the auth consent screen. From the left navigation menu, choose user type, select external unless your application is only for users within your Google Workspace organization. Click create app information, fill in the required fields. That's kind of cool. You can create a separate app experience for your own employees, essentially. App information, fill in the required fields, app name, the name displayed to users, user support email, authorized domains. Okay, localhost. Scopes, add the necessary scopes. For basic sign-in, you typically need why ... auth. Maybe there's some sort of, I don't know if you add these in with text, but alright, let's just flip over to the console. Where did it say to go? Let's go halvesies on this. Let's go create new project, create instance, cloud, create new project. If I have, there's no create new project, deploy an application. View all products. Create a new project. And the project selection drop down, usually at top left, click new project. Open project picker. Oh, okay. So, geocoding test. When the fuck did I do that? Oh my god. This is crazy. Apparently, I already have one. I think think that's okay. APIs and services. Someday, this won't be so hard. Holy shite. That's crazy. I don't know what the fuck all this is. But something is happening here. Content screen. What would we do without AI? Holy shit. Choose user type. Select external. This is so stupid. Where is external? Choose user type. Click create. What the fuck? I actually had the auth working via Firebase. I thought it was configured with the same project, but maybe not. How do we add something here? Branding. Okay. It's called the app name. Do I have downloads, documents, Figma export? Do I have a mastermind logo thingy? I've got so many things, but that little, well, it's actually, it should be in my code. Public assets. Image. Boom, that guy. Whatever. Fuck you, Google. App domain. To protect you and your users, Google only allows apps using auth to use authorized domain. Application homepage. Provide users a link to your homepage. This would just be something like that. Are these required? I don't know. Nope, not this. Is this a security issue? Like, let's just see if this works. All right. Scopes, audience, clients, data access. Not sure where that comes into play. Your branding has not been published. You can submit it in the verification center to show to users. Where's the verification center? What the fuck? Google needs verification. Your app requires verification by Google because you've updated the app logo. Please prepare your app to submit for verification. Whatever. I don't think I need to do that to test it. Data access. Oh, here's the scopes. Your non-sensitive scopes, your sensitive scopes, your restricted scopes. I don't think I actually need to add anything. I think it's just add or remove email. What is test users? I don't know, man. Clients. Creation date. This must have been Firebase thing. Web application. Here's a client ID. The domains of the URIs you add below. Credentials. Click create credential. Where's credentials? Client and name. Why? So this is all Firebase shit. I think maybe I want to delete this one and then set up a new one, but before I do that, just so I can see, I want to go back to auth. Let's go this one. Let's go to, oh my god, what just happened? No, just, how do I just, I don't want to delete there, close. I want to go here, I think, APIs and services it says, and then credentials. Is there credentials in here? There we go. What are credentials? This couldn't be more complicated. Like, what the fuck is all this shit? It's so disorganized. There's so many screens. There's just like, oh my god. So these May ones are all Firebase things. Service accounts. Fuck this Firebase bullshit. Default service account. What the fuck, man? Can I just delete these? Like, web client. Okay, so this was the one I saw earlier, I think. This should link to the same screen, right? Yep, now we're back here. But this is a whole different area. APIs and services. API keys. Auto-created by Firebase. Click create credentials. OAuth. Identifies your app using a simple API key to check quota and access. What the fuck? Really not sure what that would be, but it says use this one, fine. Web application. Yeah, I guess. So each will need its own client ID if you have different things. Fine. Name, blue42.com. This name is only used to identify the client in the console and will not be shown to end users. Does it have to be like /login? I don't know. Maybe not. Do I need... Yeah, it says it's not critical for the one tab. callback, but it is essential if you use the sign in with Google button or server-side redirects. Let's just see if I don't need to add one. Created. Okay. Sensitive scope logins. Client ID. Okay. Client secret. Okay. Starting to view or download the client secret once you. Holy shit! What? That's. I was just thinking like, I can get these later, right? Like, nope. If I close this without copying that, that should be like a little. That should be red. That should not be yellow. Should be like a major warning. If I don't copy this right now, I can never get it again. That is crazy. All right, first, if I print screen and click on this, it might just fuck it. Let's copy this first. Put this over here. Google app secret. And then client D. And then it's just like a friggin' URL. Jesus. And then secret. That's this one. Okay. Okay, so there we go. That's cool. Client ID. We got that right there. All right, what else? Computer. Click create. The resulting will pop up. Never expose it in your front end. Okay. I think the secret is used in like the second part of this bit on the server side with the auth library, client ID. Where's the secret come in? Maybe you don't need it. Where do you use it? Client ID. The app that accesses the back end. I would guess I just have one client ID here. There's not another one. Do I need their email? I think I asked for their email, didn't I? Man, it's so weird. Like I just clicked on a tab and then I like get redirected somewhere else to a whole different area. This is crazy. I believe it was here. Yeah, I think I'm getting their ID. And I guess the sub is the ID. I don't know. I need to get this going, I think, and just look at it. Where do you use the app secret? All right. All right, so apparently we don't need the secret anyway. And it's save the session explicitly if you need to ensure it's saved before the response is sent. We're sending a JSON response. Login successful, but where do I verify token ID? ID token. We get a ticket. Ticket get payload. What the fuck are you guys doing, Google? So we try and catch to get like it either works or it doesn't. I guess that's fucking wild and stupid, but can I test it locally? We're about to find out. Do we redirect somewhere? Don't really even need to. Let's see. So, isn't this the, whoops, isn't this the, yeah, this is the post to this path here. And so, the response.json, we don't even have to redirect, we could just like console log something here. Alright, let's fucking just run with this shit, I guess. Feeling a little iffy here. Why are we in this folder? Alright. Let's just do it. I don't think we need it. I hope this doesn't update Express to a different version. It said it added a bunch of packages. Doesn't it usually like install them? We're about to find out. So we're gonna go to our server. Once we have our app, should we create like a login? I guess I could just use their code snippets, right? Why not? Alright, just copy it, maybe? I don't know. We need, after we have the Express app, it's really just, we have Express, we want to import Express session, I guess we can just call it session, from Express session, import session file store file store equals SFS session. Alright, and then can't believe all shit worked. First try. That was crazy. Express app. It's saying to kind of do this first. Configuration for session file store. Are we not using this? Doesn't look like. Oh, they're right there. There's nothing there, so I'll just copy this, I guess. And then this is this.express app, use session. And all right, whatever, right? I already have prod here. Okay. I think that's generally what they're saying. Not sure how these are kind of like two different pieces, but let's do a test page. I could just use I don't know if I want to inject this thing dynamically, but let's try it. Test login page.js. Let's get just another one of these. Let's see if that's working yet. Login. Boom. Okay. Now, the question is can we import this bitch? And I kind of think we might be able to, but it's not even a file here. It is JavaScript though, so async defer, whatever. Can we import? Whoops. I don't know if there's an export. It doesn't even look like it matters. I think maybe I can just do this. It's not really. Might barf. Yeah. From origin has been blocked by cores. No access control. Allow origin headers present on the requested resource. What? Well, alternatively, we just say L script source. I don't know if this is going to work either, but let's try it. Append to document.head. Not actually sure if my append to is set up to work like that, but let's give that one a try. Works. Okay, wonderful. Now, this little bit here is going to take a minute to figure out, but I think we can do that. Div dot attribute ID G ID load. Hopefully this is ready on time. Dot attribute data client underscore ID, you motherfuckers. And your Google client ID, which of course I have conveniently waiting for me right here, which shouldn't be a security breach for putting this in my website because it's just a public ID. What else? What else? What else? I guess data. God, this is such a stupid way to make callbark. Handle credential response. Passing a string for the name of a function. How the hell does that even work? It's got to be a global function. And then attribute data auto prompt. I might want this to be false, but we'll just say true to see what that does. And then we want this function. And this isn't going to be global, so we actually want window dot handle credential response equals function. Fine. Now this bit, using the socket to do this could work. It's kind of how I wanted to do it, but could I just slap this bit? Oh, we forgot to install this guy. npm install Google Auth library. So I think I could just add this into the server and not have too much problem with it, right? So let's go back to our server. All this bunghole and this dot express. Wait, why are we doing this again? Middleware to parse JSON body. Because isn't using this gonna work for all the friggin' paths? You don't need to specify a path for this? I don't know if I like that. Does that slow down the rest of the site? Oh. Alright, I like that better. So we just put a comma and then this bit up in that shit. Alright. We want app.post and then all of this, and this goes underscore app.post. This is getting a little crazy. Okay, and then we wanted this express.json right there. Apparently, I don't know why that works, but apparently it does. Now we do need our client ID back, which is this guy. It does need to be a string, so we'll bring those along. What is the credential? Okay. just going to pass back the credential so that we can see what that shit looks like. Right? Yeah, I think so. Well, no, it shouldn't matter because I'm going to have it on the client anyway. I want to log it here. Fetch, response, then data, console.log data, I think. Wait, what? This is the fetch first. Oh no, what we want here, well, we could do that. Like server, my server response data would be this one, which I don't know if that really matters. Can we get out of here? Jesus Christ. Alright, something like that. Got the ID in there. Got some session data. I think it's... I don't think we need that. We can mess around with that later. I think we're kind of getting there. What do we got? We don't have a button. The login is appended properly. The div apparently is not. Div, the ID, the button is there, but it doesn't get rendered. Why not? I mean, it's somewhat possible that this is just needs to be loaded after, but no. It's also possible it's not loading, but it didn't throw an error. GSI client, it seems to be loading. What is going on here? I mean, it's also possible we have to have async and defer, but that's kind of weird. And can I just set it equal to a null string? I think that's actually how that works. Attribute, async, empty string rather, attribute, defer. Let's see what that looks like. Doesn't change any outcomes apparently. Head, script, async, defer. So this could be quite unfortunate here, is that I mean, it's making some CSS. Did I fuck up the... It's also possible that Gemini lied to me. ID unload. IDG. ID unload. Let's find Google one tab login. GID unload, your client ID, login URI. Get the fuck out of here. What is the login URI? When a dismissed moment occurs, don't try any of the next identity providers? The fuck does that mean? I like these full width, like, content boxes. They're nice and crisp and clean. They got a pretty good, these breadcrumbs here. Home, products, Google Identity, web guides. There's just so much shit going on here, but it's a pretty decent little document system. Alright, what the hell? The login endpoint. Is that like a redirect? Accounts ID dot prompt ID that initialize callback, your callback handler. It looks like a string. Oh my god, man. So the code snippets look definitely different than what AI is telling me. Skipped moment? What the fuck does this mean, man? Alright, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to create a login to with its own index.html. And the index.html can basically just be like this, but we're going to actually skip loading an app. We're going to literally just copy this and just load it up. Test login 2. Oh, wow. Thanks for working. What the fuck, man? Yeah, I don't know if I like that whole prompt, auto prompt thing. Oh, there's the auto prompt. Well, so if we take this off, does it just not do that? Oh. FedCM was disabled either temporarily based on previous user action or permanently via site settings. Try to manage. Error retrieving a token. It might have a problem with me like reloading this so many times based on previous user action or permanently via site settings. Oh my god, this is gonna drive me fucking crazy. Like, how hard can it be to get a fucking button to log you in? Jesus, man. It worked a second ago, but well, alright, so I was thinking the auto prompt is kind of annoying. If you clicked like login, then you could go to a login page and then the auto prompt could be okay. But what happens on a lot of sites is that you have both, and then it like you know, and oftentimes the auto, that little thing in the top corner that shows your profiles, which is kind of cool, but what I've had happen before is that it loads, the page loads, and it has the standard login with Google button, and so I'll click it, and then it sends off some requests, and maybe a pop-up comes up, but also around the same time that little thing pops up in the corner, and then it's like sometimes I'll click it, or some, I mean, it's just kind of spammy and doesn't really work all that well. Now, why this isn't working properly is beyond me. Start a new chat or Google One Tap login. The auto prompt pops up the user's available accounts. It worked once for me, now I get an error. Let's see what it says about these. Why isn't there a go-to here? Wait, what? The fuck, man? Automatically blocked. Not allowed to show third-party sign-in prompts. Why? Why is it blocked? How are there two defaults? I'm so confused by what I see these days. It's like, all right. All right, well, exponential cooldown, whatever the fuck that is. Less common on modern Chrome versions. If you're using an older browser or a development experimental setting, the FedCM API might be disabled. Ensure your Chrome browser is up to date. All right, so can you control where the accounts are pop up, like in the login window rather than the top right corner? All right, so this FedCM just sounds like the government has their hands in it. Prior to FedCM, it was possible to customize the position of the Google One Tap prompt using the prompt parent ID. It's deprecated as being phased out. All right, so does the sign in with button require a multi-step API, or is it the same token as the one-tap API? Alright, so I think the pop-up thing is the way I want. Wait, what the fuck? What is all this bullshit? Alright, I'm gonna ignore this handle function. Unload. Auto prompt false. Jesus Christ, man. This is just wonderful. What the fuck is this? Gemini just put a random character in there that's not supposed to be there. I think we can fix that though. Let's just give this a roll. Get rid of this. Wait, what? Oh, it is supposed to be there. It's just more likely supposed to be up here. And now this is fucked. Whatever. I guess that can go like that. Okay. I mean, oh look, there's the public app name for Loop 42 app. Nice. Does not display the logo, but I mean, it was saying that the pop-up was going to happen in here on the web page, like without a pop-up. I guess it's not a big deal. Pretty used to this. The fact that it pulls in my account here is not terrible. I could probably use JavaScript, or is it it must be an iframe. Yeah, so that I can't dig into it. Well, couldn't you? Can't you dig into an iframe? Maybe there's some sort of content security policy that prevents you accessing the email, like, because you could potentially just hack their email address from the iframe, but maybe not. Anyway, so does that make a new one, or it just brings back policy would block the window.close call? Not sure what that means. Response. Boom. Unexpected token. Oh, it's probably my server's not responding properly because I didn't restart it. Client ID. 2 different client IDs that are identical. Well done, Google. Credential. This is the encoded bit. Okay. So how did my server ID token? So I guess the Google thing handles it. So this is probably just showing this whole complicated bit here about decoding it. That's probably just how you decode it. Don't know if I necessarily need to do that. Yeah, I mean, I could take a peek at the credential just to see what it looks like. Why not? What we want. Boom. I think this is issuer. Man, they really. Family name, given name. Sub was what? User ID. I think that's the Google's user ID. Picture. What does my picture look like? This must be my little avatar thing. That's me. Didn't know that was like a publicly hosted photo, but whatever. And then, don't know what JTI is. Looks like this sort of matches the expiration. Issued at, maybe? What is HD? Who knows? Email verify. Okay, so pretty basic info. think the sub is going to be the user ID, which I could just use as my user ID. And yeah, I don't know why this shit's so fucking hard. Like, what is the GID on load and GID sign in, and like, I think that it's like writing JavaScript with HTML or something. Like, their script looks at the HTML to just get the right parameters to call the right functions, but it's like, why not just import the script and call the function like with JavaScript? Maybe you can. Maybe they think this is easier for some people, so they can just paste it into their WordPress site. But all right, well, the problem with it not working before is still entirely unclear to me. Like, why is it only looking in the body for the proper tag? Like, why wouldn't it work having loaded it asynchronously, or just like delayed? Like, maybe it uses a certain window event to then do its thing, like window on load, and so I might be requesting it. Does my app used to wait for window load, but I don't think it does anymore. I mean, it waits for all the loaders, all the style sheets. So maybe window load already fires. Not really clear to me. I could try and figure that out. But if for whatever reason this Google client code only runs on window.load, for example, after window.load is fired, then it's essentially never going to run. Like, if I load the file and it only arrives after window.load, and then they set everything up with window.load, then it never runs. And trying to dig in to see if that's actually the problem is like going to be potentially finding a needle in a haystack. I mean, I could just look at the script. Look at the script, which actually is already here. Control find window dot load location, but no load. Window dot add event listener. We got message. 1 of 1. So it doesn't look like they're doing that, or at least not explicitly, but why it's not working is beyond me. And it's kind of like cryptic code here. So what can we do? I think we go back to our login page here and try and figure out why this isn't working. I mean, I put this thing lower so that it would have time to inject this. So this doesn't get injected right away. It waits for everything to load, and it actually waits for this whole page to finish. But it's going to throw it in there. It's like, I don't think this thing just runs automatically and then just does its thing. Fuck, man. Fuck. I thought maybe the script was loading too fast. Let's just go back to login and see if we can somehow make sense of this fucking thing. We could maybe try and do something more like this with one of these. Auto prompt equals false, UX mode equals pop-up. It's this guy, auto prompt, we could say false, and then UX mode equals pop-up, and then div.cgid. attribute, data type, standard. God, these fucking attributes are so stupid. Data size, large. Data theme, outline. Data. Oh, why don't I just skip all this shit? What if we just see how the naked one looks like? We get nothing. Wonderful. Motherfucker, really? Google, you suck, man. Is that how the other one looked? It looks exactly the same appearance-wise, so all those fucking properties. Well, so why is the delayed append work? That's so dumb. Maybe I just need new file, index.html, which breaks it for now, but essentially we just want the same thing that it was doing before, which is this one, and that script, which is this one. But load it. We don't want to load it sooner. We want to load it later. I don't think this is gonna help. But why load it later? Maybe we need like app dot. Maybe we need a friggin'. I don't think the import worked properly. I think I tried that, didn't I? I get through some errors. Some sort of cores bit or whatever. Not sure why. A script.load event could work. I don't really want to wait. It's just... Okay, let's just delete this for a second. What if I just make this 0? You're kidding me. Only 1,000 works. Any sooner, no bueno. Crazy, man. Crazy. Holy shit. Why? Well, let's console.log making button. Console.log requesting script. I mean, I know what this is going to do. It's just going to do one and then the next and then would it matter if it goes into the body? Don't think so. And the whole flash of unstyled content is just stupid. So I guess let's ask the computer. My JavaScript framework uses to render things. GSI script won't properly render unless I import the script with set timeout 1000, set timeout 100 won't work. Really confused. What is the render logic for the GSI script that prevents it from working? Alright, so that sounds like a better idea, but I'm just curious why 100 doesn't work. We're actually going to... Oh, that did work this time. Not this time. Not this time. No. Well, let's go and... Whoops. Sources. Let's go break on this guy. So the friggin' wait, what? Alright, so this is the problem. After 100 milliseconds, the page hasn't injected yet. Presumably because it's waiting on style sheet, font, or something else. Huh. Well, I don't know if... I don't know if I have a good solution for this, because either I have to inject things before all the resources are there, or I have to figure out some more complicated way to do it. I mean, trying to get like a script load for okay, so I don't. Yeah, this is a catch-22. Like I can't actually do it the way I want. I'm thinking I don't want to inject any unstyled DOM, but I have to in order to. So, well, the alternative could be a JavaScript API. Include the placeholder. Oh yeah, this is what the thing was showing. I was just trusting the AI, and so after the button's parent component is mounted. the onload runs once the file arrives, but not necessarily before the script executes. God, do I need to write like a loop to wait until this happens? So dumb. I mean, I could also use an iframe where the little login widget is just a standalone page that only, doesn't need any style sheets, doesn't need any fonts, doesn't need anything. In fact, it could just be literally just the button on its own page. I don't know how that would work with the pop-up. Can an iframe trigger the pop-up? Is that a worthwhile endeavor? I guess the question is, or the thinking is that iframe would then handle all the loading and rendering of the button. I mean, more or less, it would just let me put the proper HTML directly in the document. But, I mean, what I could also do potentially is make well, I was thinking I could make a render function that just, like app.login would just dump that HTML directly in, like before the script loads, but like, I don't know, it's such a bad order of operations to just, throw the shit up in the air and hope it all falls down properly. There's gotta be a better way, like... Window.onload. First need to call initialize. I don't want to call prompt. What did this say we need to do? Just initialize with the callback. Oh, and then render the button. Yeah, the thing is like when is this going to be ready? Just throwing a script in there doesn't mean it's going to be ready. Even using the onload thing doesn't mean it's going to be ready. After the div is available, get element by ID. God, that's so dumb, man. It's so fucking dumb. Either I have to put the HTML in there where it's just gonna, have that display of unstyled content. But I mean, the biggest problem is I don't have a call, scripts don't have like a finished executing. Like the Google variable will be there. We don't know. Like there is no hook for that. It's so fucking stupid. Onload does not do it. And so, I mean, it's like this is such a runaround, but I think maybe the old API might be better because it just gives you a more realistic sense. But I don't know, could I get it to work? Let's just Google it. How to get Google GSI to load for rendering? I don't know what I'm even asking here. I don't think this is what we want. Google sign in button doesn't render dynamically. Yeah, but when is this here? I mean, I could just write like a for loop to be like, wait. Okay, now we got it. Let's go. It's so dumb. I mean, I could try the onload. Let's just try that. Or is it load or onload? So let's break here because clearly we haven't injected yet, and this is the problem. I don't know why our page injection happens so late. Maybe I need to log these out or create some sort of timeline or something, but the question here is does Google exist yet? Okay, I didn't think it would. I don't know if it's necessarily guaranteed to. But I guess that's the way to go. Okay. I thought it was before it fired. Or else maybe I'm just confused. Alright, well, if that works, I guess that's what we're going with. So then at that point we need what is it actually rendering? Where's that? Oh, not the prompt. Render button. Parent. What's parent? Document. Google button. ID. Google button. HTML. ID. None of these are ID Google button. these fucking things are. What did we have on this one? We had both of these things. Maybe this is just configuring the ID alone, really, like in the callback. And then you have to turn off the auto prompt and the other thing. I want to say we just want this to be here and then Google dot accounts.id.render button. And their button div is the client script. Wait, no. Where's the render button? Button div. ID sign in button target. I don't know, man. Let's just call it my button. Well, maybe it needs that. Where's one of these things rendered properly? We just, no. Does this need, it is an iframe though, right? I don't think it needs any styling. Like if we take this class off of here, does it break? No. Alright, so, I don't think so anyway. See, it has that flash of unstyled content until it loads properly, which is just bullshit. Nobody wants that, Google. Fucking retards. Yeah, there's no styles, I don't think, attached to that thing. Alright, so maybe I just use a regular div. Maybe my Google button. And then render button btn. Maybe that's it. Nope, didn't work. Failed to render button because there's no parent or option set. We need button.l. Still no. There is a parent. What the fuck, man? Well, let's make sure. Oops, let's make sure it's, maybe it isn't there yet. It's just not in the DOM yet. The button exists, the L exists, but it's not in the thing. We can't render it without it being in the DOM? Give me a break. Fuck, man. Let's just button.append to document.body. Okay. Why? Parent or options. Do you have to pass options? Give me a fucking break. Still failed to render button before calling initialize. Oh. No, I failed to initialize before rendering the button, you fucking idiots. I don't think I actually need to do this. Hopefully not. We can maybe then accounts and ID initialize. ID. Alright. Still getting some flashy bullshit, but I think that's just because Google sucks. How do we just render a normal fucking button of our own? I think that's probably better. And then they just click it and it pops up. Yeah, that flash of like where it's just jumping all over the place is so dumb. It's so dumb. And yeah, it's like sort of a drop down, but it's still a pop up. Can I just get rid of this whole bit here? I don't think we need that anymore, do we? Nope. And then, do we actually need the parent options? That would be so stupid. Oh my god. It won't render it without an empty object. Google, you're fucking so dumb, man. Alright, so... what are we doing here? So I basically just want to fire off. Alright, let's ask the thing here. So, button that Google renders is absolutely retarded. Can I make my own button? Start login that you can simply attach to your custom buttons. On clicking on it, this is a security measure. Here is the most common and robust workaround. Oh, does not provide a function. Oh, fuck you. Hidden workaround. Oh my lord. I might need to just do the whole redirect fucking bullshit. That's not in the... Is there an alternative API that allows a custom button? I don't want to do tricks. GSI is Google Identity Services. Looks like they fumbled that one a little bit. GSI library forces the use of their button for security and brand consistency to regain full control over your UI. You must implement the first step of the manual involves directing the user to Google's authorization endpoint. I mean, we don't really want to redirect them. We want them to... Don't we want to pop up? Just so you don't lose was the original page. A state token. Okay. Yeah. I mean, Google button Ook. No, not focus. What is this thing called? Yeah, I'm not sure how the redirect works, but Jesus Christ. So I think the official name of this is Sign In with Google button. And Sign In with Google button creates jank. I mean, it shouldn't even, though. Like, what is going on here? And then once we do that, it should be all rendered. And then once we hit play, why does it go from full width to... I fucking hate Google. Maybe it's not that big a deal, but it just pisses me off, man. It's like, spend so much time trying to make shit look right, work the right way, not have those jumpy... Well, I guess we just ignore it because I need to keep going. Alright, so we got this thing roughly working, and it should handle the token and response. And send it off to the server. Alright, what I didn't do is restart my server. Let's see if we can do one of these, and then I should have put some logs in my server for this bit here, or did I? Well, I should log it on the other side. Let's just see. Unauthorized 401 unauthorized. What? Authentication failed. Motherfucker. Why? So, do we get any errors here? Oh, token verification failed. Reference error. Client is not defined. Where? Server line 58. Oh. Because I didn't import this bitch properly, I think. Oh. That is all that code. Might be in a different tab. One of these. Where's the client code? Client. Okay, I didn't import anything that I needed to, so we need to do this step by step just so I don't fuck it up. Import GAL from Google Auth Library const. Ooh, I think this is OAuth to client dot GAL dot OAuth to client. Wait, what? No, this equals OAuth to client. It's a long way to write it. Probably an easier way to do that, but we're not even using that thing. I think we will in a second. Const client ID equals, it's called a audience. That's fucking stupid. Yes, we'll put this up here, and then client ID, and then const client equals new OAuth to client ID. All right, restart. Reload. Try again. Dashboard. We don't have a fucking dashboard. Please don't redirect me. Don't want to do that. Let's go back. Do it again. Don't fucking redirect me, motherfucker. Why? I think when I went back, I need to control Shift R to force that thing to not do that thing. All right. Success true. Login successful. Where is it saving this, by the way? Sessions. We have a session. Cool. Alright, so... Man, that was, unfortunately complicated. It's like, click a button and get an ID. How fucking hard should that be? One day, in the future, this will all be easy. Okay, so... Not 100% sure how this is all gonna work. I mean, that one little button, that's kind of all you need. I guess there could be a log out button. What does that do? Kill the session? Secure is false. Probably does that automatically. Didn't my... Oh, I think my server checks whether we're in production or not. Okay. User ID, I think, is the Google user ID. I'm not decrypting this thing. I just have it. Yeah. So, yeah, thinking through this whole kind of like life cycle of first registration, then logging in. I mean, both of those are kind of the same. I think either way it's just giving me an ID, and then once I get a session or like an ID and create the session, then it should how do we differentiate between the Alright, so this creates the session, but what about just using the session? I mean, more or less I just want it. Maybe it should just kind of work with the sockets rather than try and do something special on well, I could save the maybe I should decode this thing. Let me go find that code so that I can see what those properties are called. Those test, login, to, index, decode, and decode this bit here. Alright, so now when we do one of these, we get the... I wonder if it's giving a different, like, token each time. I would imagine it does. In fact, can I just click it again? Boom. Okay, are these the same? That's my app ID. I'm not sure why there are two of them and they seem to be the same. Expiry is different. JTI, whatever that is different. NBF, whatever that is different. ID is the same. So, yeah, every time you click the button, Google gives you a different token. No problem. Not sure what these cross origin opener is. Could try and figure that out later. But right now, I think I could make the most progress by just trying to think through this whole user interface and experience. More or less, it's about, well, so yeah, I was going to pull the picture out. Can I pull the picture out in this code and add it to, where's my server? Oh my god, I'm so lost. So many files. Server 3. Session is logged in true. User ID, payload, sub and email. Sub and email. Should probably pull out name and who knows what HD I think is for me, unless it's extracts the domain from the other person's email or whatever. But okay, so picture. Well, if I get the picture out of there, then let's just say rec.session.picture equals payload.picture. It's not going to work until I reload, but then I could use that to are those session properties delivered with the cookie? I don't know. Let's see. Network. Login. Headers. Response headers. Isn't there supposed to be a session? Or is it in the request headers that the session goes off? What? Does it not do it on this first one and only on the second one? Request headers. Cookie. GA. Connect.sid. Is that it? I'm using express session, and this is the cookie header. Is the connect.sid the only entire thing? Is this only the session ID, or does it include the session values? Very confusing response, but I think it's just a key. So the idea here is that it's on every request, whether it's just like I don't have to use sockets on every post request. I'm not sure if a socket request gives the header, because like the idea is that using a session ID like this as a cookie means that the browser, it kind of subjects you to these cross-site forgery, whatever, attacks. But it also is just kind of like an automatic password that gets sent along with every request. And so your server can kind of like look at it and authenticate it without you having to do like, a bunch of extra steps yourself. Now, I don't know how else you would do that, whether it's just, sort of an identifier. It's just like a extra layer to your IP address to be like, this is who I am and log me in, bitch. And so it is kind of like username and password all bundled into one. As long as you have this user ID, it re-authenticates you without having to go back to Google or whatever. We're just trusting this session ID is pretty damn unique, so I don't think there's any risk of people guessing them. I think it's astronomically impossible even. So I guess that's okay. And then, but I guess what I'm trying to figure out is do I need to validate the session on other requests? And I think that really comes down to, well, what kind of, for most public content, you don't really even care if they're signed in. It's more for this user data type shit. And so this, I gotta think about for a minute. Let's talk to the computer. So, for public content, checking the session ID is indeed required. I wanted to make protected content or even user profiles or whatever, I might need some sort of permission system. Generally, my site is client-side logic. I have a socket that I plan on using for most dynamic behavior. And so the socket could potentially take care of most or even all of the protected content. I don't know. Yeah, it's I don't necessarily need to authenticate on the actual page requests. The login page, for example, could just be kind of like a shell, and then once that shell is loaded, it tries to connect via the socket, and if the socket is successful, then that socket starts pulling in a bunch of dynamic content. And so rather than using HTTP to just kind of import, it's I could use Express to protect certain JavaScripts. And I have thought that so with this whole file system based system, if I can create a robust, secure, dependable file system where a certain folder can either be shared or protected or whatever, have all those controls for granting access to one user or multiple users via groups or whatever, then that's a very powerful, backbone for any kind of application or file or document or company or whatever, whatever you're making, if it's directory based. And so in a way, maybe integrating with Express, the server at the lowest level to say, okay, let's create a whole system for managing which folders get which permissions. Maybe each folder can have a perms.json, and it loads them all in when you start up the server, and then depending on those perms, the server will serve or not serve those files depending on the user's session. And something like that is sort of required whether I use Express or not. If I were to use the the socket, which is generally entirely separate from Express, then all of those, well, then basically Express could remain basically just a dumb server that just gives you whatever you want, and then all of the protected data is not on the server. And I actually kind of think that's a better way to go, because creating the whole system within Express also relies on the security of Express. And so if there's ever updates, or if there's some sort of 0-day flaw in it that could undermine the, or I just write my logic, it could be my error or whatever, but if the error is introduced in that whole Express system, and I have the files, it doesn't really matter where the files are, as long as Express has permission to sometimes serve them, then somebody could potentially circumvent my security and get access to those files. Yet, it's not like the socket is any more secure, or it's not, the same problem is there, and it's all just uncertain to me at this point how that would all work. So maybe building it in at the Express level, but the problem with Express is that I don't know how it does its like route matching, all of its middleware, and these I'd have to study like what the heck is this actually passing in here, and how does this all work? So, well, I do know now that we've set up the Express app to use the session deal, every single request for every single page, all of these public files here are going to, this request now has a session, and I don't know, would it be possible to create like another cookie with like send along info with the page to be like, yep, we're logged in, or whatever. I don't know if that's a good idea. So you typically don't need to check the session ID or any user authentication when you move to protected content like user profile settings or exclusive features. You absolutely need a permission system. You're correct that your WebSocket connection is an excellent way to handle and control access to dynamic and protected content on a site built primarily with client-side logic. So you need to confirm the user identity, create the session, and sends the cookie back, and then we can re-authenticate that session. But do I need to use that for the standard static service? I don't know. Socket needs to know who's connecting. You must authenticate the socket connection when using the existing session ID. So how do we do that? When a client attempts to open a WebSocket connection, the server-side logic intercepts the request, reads the cookie. The server uses the session ID to look up the full session object. If a session with a valid user ID is found, the socket is authenticated. So yeah, getting the, let's see if I don't use socket.io, I just use npm's ws. When do I even do that? Forget. Initialize socket. This does extend. Yeah, it is initialize socket. Socket server. So we basically just create the socket server class, one instance for the whole server. When we create the, turn the server on, we get a socket server which manages all the sockets, and each one creates a new instance of the socket. We have this WebSocket server, which is essentially the WS. Where is that bad boy? Yeah, the WebSocket server is from WS. This is just so confusing that it's like a property of WS. I don't know what people think with that, but not even sure what this does. But all right, so we get a connection. I mean, honestly, well, so let's ask, how do I integrate sessions? More manual than with this, but yeah, we need the WebSocket handshake. So, what is cookie? Is this a built-in? Node cookie. It's an NPM thing. I hate relying on third-party packages. Oh, that's pretty widely downloaded. That guy's pretty well known. Well, let's see, how is this? I think it's just a pretty simple, like, string parser. I don't want Redis. Alright, here's the bits. So, wait, what? There's a session. The connection callback gets a session. No way, bro. Can we just pass this along? Session. That would be crazy and pretty cool. New socket. So when we create each new socket, we could. Don't we send like a? I think I can just. Can I just RPC this session? That'd be pretty cool if that works. Oh, I gotta restart. I used to have this thing watch it. I think you just do watch, but I don't want to fuck with that right now. No bueno. I think AI is lying to me. WS session. Here we go. Connection, function, connection, WS upgrade. First of all, you need cookie and cookie parser as your dependency, so import. But they're not using a session. I think Gemini just made some shit up. And I do have the request thing here. Upgrade request equals request? What? Removed from website existing code. Elixir wrote. What the fuck? Why is this so hard? do we need to set this upgrade request if it doesn't exist? Do we need a handle on the store? Seems likely here. Store to create session one. What are the session methods that they're talking about? I don't know. Well, so you're a fucking liar, and there is no session property here. So I don't think so. Well, yeah, I said it was null. Now, does null mean? I think that might be JSON parse from undefined. What if we? Well, I was gonna say I could put it in an object to see if it was actually null or if it was undefined, but this could be tricky. If I have to start using this session store, let's try this again. I'm using express session with session file store. And I'd like to get and also WS without. I'd like to auth session for socket connections and load the session object. Alright, let's see if it tells me the same bullshit. Session name. I don't have one of those properties. I don't know if that matters. I guess it defaults to this, which is fine. Although maybe a security hazard might be better to change that. Anyway, alright, so it's not lying to me here. We got two arguments, and we parse the request headers dot cookie, and then the signed cookie is cookies with the session name. Okay, it's a good call. We should have a handle on that. I think it's hard coded right now, which is also fine. Unsign the cookie using Express's cookie parser. Is that node cookie? I don't think there's a built-in cookie. I think it's this one. Cookie parser. I think this is by Express cookie parser. Okay. ID, which there might not be. $1,008. Okay. Session secret. Bunghole. Okay, so it is used to decrypt the session ID, apparently. So maybe I should generate some secret string. Session store.get. See, I don't know why in the... Oops, I lost my... Oh, fucking hell. Oh, man. Oh, man. What page? Where was that page that had something about this one? So store.get. I thought it also passed in something else. We're not doing the create session thing in here, it doesn't look like, unless I missed it. What is this session value here? Oh, right here. How could there be a session but no user ID? I think, well, I guess we could have anonymous sessions, but I think maybe we skip that for now because that just fractures this whole thing into a bunch of pieces. So the WebSocket request, where's the request? Oh, it's this thing. I don't think that's for each message. I think that's just kind of the setup, the initial request that sets it up. And then in the socket, yeah, this is bullshit. Thank you for that little run around. This is bullshit. And this is bullshit. Something like that. Okay, so let's see here. Yeah, so this request thing, should that go through to the socket? Probably. And then more or less all we're trying to do is, so we do need cookie and cookie parser. We need to install those. npm I cookie parser. Okay, we need those in here. Import cookie from cookie. Import cookie parser from cookie parser. But we need the file store. All right, let's go back here. Let's go. This dot store equals file store. And we have to do this or we get an error. And this becomes this dot store. Secret equals bunghole. We're going to need that. This session secret. And then this session name equals session name. Name, and then no, we don't want upgrade request. I thought it didn't have that anymore. Somebody said it was deprecated. Where's upgrade request? I don't think it's actually using the upgrade request. Intercept the handshake request. Request headers, request headers. All right, so we do need to say, or to parse the cookies. Let's start doing this. I think that was saved. I think we can go here. I think we can do this for each socket. So in here, and we want this dot cookies equals. Well, we could just copy this bit. Let's even get this bit. Copy, paste. It's fuck. It's this the server. Okay, this server. Okay, I think that's right. That's crazy. You need cookie.parse and a separate cookie parser. Alright, I'm just going to copy this whole thing. Except for that part. Except for that part. Alright, and Session ID. If signed cookie. Else console.log. No signed cookie. Session ID cookie. Parser. Signed cookie. Signed cookies. This. Server. If session ID. Console.log. Invalid cookie signature. Console.log. Cookie signature. If session ID, which there should be, like, else no cookie found, but like the only way we get here is if either there's no cookie or it fails. Console.log. Cookie parsing, no cookie. Session store is this.server.store. Session ID. We could save the session ID like on here, but let's just see if this we can get this working at all. Console error loading session. Something. Alright, let's just get rid of this bit here. Why? What is this? What is this? I'm so confused. What is going on here? What does this do? To the session store.get. If session ID. Alright, did I fuck something up here? Session store. Oh, it is there. Okay, I think we just need then to tab this all in here. Okay. And we don't. I don't think we want this for now. All right. Let's restart. Let's restart. Run that shit. Reload. Socket connected, socket closed. We must have thrown an error. Was not defined. Socket server rec. The rec is from. I believe it's from. Yeah. It's got to be this dot rec. But we're just gonna go. Rec, so I don't have to do that 100 times. Let's try again. Reload. Error. What now? Computer WS not defined. Socket server. This.ws. Why do we want the socket server to have the session? No, the WS is the socket. This .ws WebSocket. think we might just want this. Dot session. But if it's on this .rec, like whatever, let's just get rid of this for a second. This. I don't think I want to do that. I think I want like this dot rpc dot log dot cookie shit worked. Alright. Do I need to restart? Had an error. Reload. Still errors. WS is not defined. Line 164. This dot WS. This dot WS. But why are we here? No cookie found. Okay, this dot WS. I think is what we want for these closies. Well, so why would it not have this session ID? Somehow it's not parsing. So let's log this out. Rec.headers.cookie. Again, no signed cookie. End of cookie person, no cookie. No signed cookie. Signed cookie. Signed cookie. Cookies. 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 Let's try this. Try this. Error. Headers. Cookie. I think I should be able to parse that, shouldn't it? Object connect.sid. Oh, I didn't set the name properly. Well, maybe I just need to do this. Successful. Alright, now when I cookie shit worked. Okay, the session name wasn't matching up. Now we have the session name. Now it decrypts that shit or whatever. Sets it up. Cookie shit worked. So now, you know, I could like write stuff to the session, but I don't know if I want to do that because, well, I mean, it's just I don't want the session, these session files growing bigger than they need to. And so, this one has picture, this one does not. I'm not sure which one's the new one. Doesn't really matter. Could just delete them. If I sign in again, does this automatically create a new session? No, it doesn't. That's interesting. And probably good, right? Like, you don't want it to just... Managing the session data, I can already tell is going to drive me fucking crazy. But, how come the server didn't add the picture? Maybe because this was an old one? Let's delete them both. Does it read from... Let's reload this. Does it create a session when I reload? No. Does it create a session when I log in? Successful. Okay, new session with photo. So I think the other one was an old one. Alright, so if the WebSocket gets authorized properly, then all of the data that gets sent afterwards is secure, presumably. As long as I set everything up properly. But yeah, like the login workflow is sort of like, you know, this doesn't look like I'm logged in. It still says sign in. So if I'm signed in, which I would need to think through how I want to indicate to the user interface here. Why, I need like a whole user system on my app, like app.user. If app.user, then display the login or whatever. And that's going to take some it's going to take some work, I think. Generally speaking, this is a pretty simple setup, and I kind of like how simple it is. The fact that you can see the shit showing up in the file system is like, it's brilliant. Wish it would format this a little bit nicer. Could probably maybe configure that in the let's see, session express session. No, it was like session file store, session file store pretty print. Stored session files are saved as JSON. You can configure the package to format this JSON with indentation, which pre-prints it to be more human readable. Path JSON spaces 2. That's done. Alright, so whoops, what was that last one here? JSON spaces 4. Let's try it. Server 3. File store. JSON spaces 4. Not really what I want, but when in Rome. Wait, we'll retry. Error on last attempt. Is that because I deleted it? I think it is. Maybe the session thing stores its own data somewhere, and it's like wigging out because I deleted its things. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe it does it on its own. It must be doing something funky like that. Well, so refresh. Cookie shit worked. What was I doing? Oh yeah, the pretty print. Let's see. Let's piss it off and delete. Restart. Whoa, that took way too long. the file a bunch of times and ended up just throwing because it didn't make a new one, which is fine, but let's make a new one. Success. New session. Quit lying to me, you fucking computer. File store JSON spaces 2. We might have to look at the code here to get a better sense of what's going on. Session file store. This one. What was this guy? This guy could just hack my computer with a sneaky update. I think I could do it with this. Let's see. We do JSON stringify pretty print value replacer. Yeah, it's something like this. Encoder is a function. I would assume it takes in some data and returns something like that. Restart. Delete. 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 And we're putting Google's auth server through some hell today. That's okay with me. Boom! Look at that. Nice looking. That's some nice looking JSON right there, baby. Well, so a lot of work for a little gain, but definitely easier to read. I think storing a bunch of data in the session thing here is not a good idea. I think maybe I could like use it temporarily for logged in state, for example, so you could like log out but you still maintain your session. Not really sure how I feel about that. Well, so if you're logged out, it shouldn't let you do anything. But then can you log back in without re-authenticating? That would be weird, right? Like, then we're not really counting on the presence of a session, nor even like user ID. Like we're basically using that logged in Boolean. So they have to be like authenticated, and there has to be a session, and they have to be logged in for the site to work, to like access their shit. It's kind of an interesting idea. But so the alternative to putting data in the session here is that the user ID, I create a folder. So this session is added to the actual repo. Obviously that's bad. I think I could dig that up one level. Let's see if that'll work. Server 3, file store. What was the path? I think that should just work actually. Let's try again. Kill it. Start it. Refresh. Yeah, it bogs down when it starts doing its thing. We should try and fix that, but not right now. Server response successful. I hear sessions. Okay. Now, problem here, I don't know if I actually want to do that. The problem here is that session is outside the folder. Also, well, I guess I'll leave it for now. That's kind of how I would want it to be on the server, just so that I can reset the whole, and I want all the code to be easily managed, and so let us see here. We want to pull user data from the users folder. So similar to the sessions thing, we could also have a users folder for each user based on the user ID. We create a folder for each user ID. We load at least like the index, data from each user, just to kind of have an initial either directory or whatever. And from there, we could save whatever we want in their directory. And in fact, I've thought like per path for every single page on the entire website, each user could have their own user data. And so then when they go to that page, it's like there's the public data, which is, you don't even need to be logged in for. But if you are logged in, then you could, customize it. I mean, hell, you could delete shit. Just click on the X button next to something that you don't want there. And then, it saves that as a modification in your user data. Now, I mean, that gets a little complicated and not actually, maybe not like the right user experience. Keeping kind of like the public data more like frozen or robust or whatever is probably better. You could like annotate things. Well, you could fork it. You could take any page and create your own version, but then it should probably like look different so that you don't get confused like what's what. But yeah, you can make your own version of pages, and all that data could be saved under a whole path-based system. Like I was thinking, maybe it would be like the user ID, and then maybe like /path, and then that could be like path-based data, and so it could automatically load all of the user data per path based on which page you're on. So that's kind of a cool like automation that would be pretty easy to set up, just so that any user could create whatever data they wanted at any page on your whole site. That could also be where user comments are saved, although I'm not sure if that's the best idea, because then you'd have to save like, you'd need some sort of index on the page itself, publicly facing, that then pulls in all the user comments. Also, pulling data from a user's directory, I was thinking, should maybe default to, like, it should be, each user's directory should default to private, and that they only share, they could opt to share things. And so then you could have like user ID /public, which is essentially just like a mirror of all their user data, but it's more of like, outside the public folder, all their stuff defaults to private, and that's how, everything should probably be. And then once they share it, then it moves it into the public folder, and then the server knows, like each user folder, the public data is public, and the rest of it is by default private. Now, you could maybe have a public user data folder and a private user data, like, well, a whole folder for each user, users /user ID /whatever, and one of, you got different folder structures essentially for organizing what's public and private. Because I still have no, I'm not 100% clear on how the file system should be secured in terms of like expresses, sessions, and WebSockets and whatnot. That's obviously a big piece of that puzzle in terms of, you know, if you want a secure file system, you should have, well, you know, whatever rules there are, it should be very clear where there's no mistaking public data from private data from something in between where it's shared with, you know, certain people. Well, and then so frankly, that's all the permissions. How do I store for each user what they're allowed to do or what they're not allowed to do? Maybe the session file can be, you know, maybe I can put a bunch of permission shit in here because, you know, if the server's got to load a file for each person, it could just be this one. But I don't know, the sessions can expire, right? And so like, if you, let's say you put some kind of, let's ask the computer, if we put let's just ask here, using express session, if we put data into a session and then the session expires, that data is lost. We have to migrate session data to user data and back or something. I don't know. Confused. Okay, so sessions are temporary, so something like, you know, logged in state would be fine for a session because once you know it's lost, you can relog in and no big deal. But any kind of like permissions, you could store it, like duplicate it into the session, but having duplicate data is, especially for sensitive things like permissions, you wouldn't want some sort of timing inaccuracy where people could trick it by, I don't know. Don't have to migrate it, but you should for any data that needs to persist. Yeah, so I think the session is just a very minimal file. Probably don't want to put any data in there. Definitely don't want to store permissions in there. So we need the user folder. Not sure if I'm gonna try and attempt any of that today. I usually go to the gym on Wednesdays. Let's see. I could try and push this up to push this up to the server. That would be kind of a crazy step. Let's try it. Why the hell not, right? Just gonna put it down there. I am gonna have to reset. Let's kill these sessions here. I don't think we want these anymore. Then I think we do want to commit everything. Gotta get these two windows mixed up all the time. Did I not install the cookie and cookie parser? I thought I did. I must have. Yeah, that was the last command there. Okay, so the status. We can get rid of this server test thing. I was just looking at the. Alright. Git add all, git commit, yeah, git push. Okay. On the server, status. Status. Yeah, we don't need these. Can we reset? What is that reset? Get Is that hard? Don't you need the head thing in there? Subsequent commits, what? Where was that whole bit about this one, right? Yeah, I don't know what the head is. I don't know what that's doing, but I think that's what I want. It's just sort of clearing all the changes so that I can then pull without errors. Wait, what? Jesus Christ. How did that happen? Are we still running this thing in a different tab? I think so. Yep. All right, so we can restart, and then refresh. Oh, we got login and login too. Socket closed, reconnecting. We got error. No error. Just all these logs. Why is the socket closed? Huh, no signed cookie. Why would the socket... Oh, it's closed because I closed it because of their... Alright, fine. The code closed it. AI told me to close it. So it's just login. Test login. Boom. 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 Success. And we should have now sessions. And our session. Is it like nano? OR. Boom. Got ourselves a little session. Exit, Control X. Okay. Well, that was pretty easy. I mean, I'm logged in, but it doesn't look like I'm logged in. But I'm actually kind of surprised that it was so easy. So, yeah, kids are going to be home in a little bit. I'd say that was a pretty big step. Got fucking Google sign up to work without Firebase. Go fuck yourself, Firebase. Didn't help at all in that regard. File system is definitely the way to go. Forget all these databases and all that bullshit. Don't want to deal with any extra complexity than I have to. And yeah, I need user data. Maybe tomorrow I go down the path of setting up user folders and testing out other accounts. And I probably need some way to like generate 100 users for my site just for fun. Now if I plug it into AI, so these fucking fake users come alive, that would be pretty cool. Could create some, put a little bot flag on them so that if they do stuff, then it's. I mean, it would be. I'm just thinking, like, if I needed help testing out my, like, any kind of chat or any kind of, like, whatever. I don't know, there was this whole thing about, like, what was there's some new thing about creating universal API system for AI. What is it called? There's some, yes, the MCP. It's basically like what functions you have, how do I call them? It's essentially just documentation, but you know, you're doing it in a way that the AI can access. And so if I create a UI where the AI can drive it, where it's like testing all the functions and essentially trying to break it and see, you know, what it can do and what it can't. And I mean, frankly, the model of all the data, ignoring the UI, could be tested just based on, like, you know, basic interactions of, okay, this is how this thing should interact with this thing, and you can CRUD, and you can move it, and you can do all these things, and just make sure all that shit works. And then when it comes to, like, two different classes and how they interact with each other, you tell the AI, like, you know, what it could do. I don't know. I'm not sure how much the AI is going to help. I have to use the Gemini API, or, you know, there's ChatGPT, but I don't know about that one. I used to use ChatGPT, but I recently upgraded my Google account, and it came with, like, Gemini Pro. So I have this little Pro badge here, and it's, I don't know. It was really shitty yesterday. Got so slow I couldn't use it. Or was that the day before? I forget. I think it was the day before, actually. They're all the same these days. So, what do we got next on the table? I got my website live, got the login working, can put the login button wherever the fuck I want. I could create a landing page even on the home page so that when people show up, I could play a little video and be like, hey, welcome to my website. Click the button to sign up. Takes one click or maybe 3 clicks depending on how it goes. Once they're logged in, then the fun begins. Then I can start, like, asking questions, getting feedback, like, doing shit with the data. Shit shouldn't be so hard, man. It isn't really that hard. It's just kind of crazy to... Well, I mean, you gotta, like, think through what you gotta do next and how it's all gonna come together. And unless if you've done it all before, then it's probably pretty easy to set up a basic, you know, website with authentication. You know, I know there's a lot of people who start little startups and get all the pieces plugged in, but you know, they probably use databases for most of it and do it the right way. But my file system based approach, I think there's lots of value in that. I mean, if I'm not using Git, my kind of original thought was I'm going to use Git, and so using the file system just means I can have full control via Git. You know, it'll track every little change, and I can kind of, like, compare, do diffs potentially across even different machines or whatever. But I don't actually know how to do any of that shit with Git, and so I'm not sure how valuable that is. I do think the basic concept of Git, where it basically just takes a hash of each file and it's like a fingerprint, and then, you know, uses those fingerprints to help differentiate between one version and another. You can probably replicate most of what Git does pretty easily with Node. And that would be very useful because then I would have all those APIs like at my fingertips where I would know exactly what's doing what, and I could design it to be awesome. But right now I am literally burying myself in complexity in terms of, I have all these things that are barely working and just kind of hacking them together because that's the best way for me to like push myself forward. And once just getting shit plugged in the right way to make sure that you conceptually understand all the pieces and how they work. A lot of times you don't, and you plug it in the wrong. You got to plug it in the wrong way a few times until you figure it out, and then maybe in the process you realize like, wait, this isn't even what I want. So I think running, like moving quickly and breaking shit is definitely the way to go. I pulled in a whole bunch of code today. Using sessions for every page request, I'm not really sure how I feel about that. I definitely think I need to get some logging for the server. I definitely think I should maybe have like a subdomain so I can log into the server and just kind of see what it's doing. Maybe even, I don't know, having a UI for the PM2, the like, server restarter would be ideal. And couldn't I just spawn a child process of using Node, essentially kind of making my own like PM type of a thing? I could talk to the AI and see what kind of trade-offs are there. But if I had more control over like the server kind of restarting process, I could log when it crashes. I could log every time it starts up and how long it takes and all those things. Having logged data is probably invaluable to understanding what's going on, because right now like I'd likely, if anyone was on my site, it would likely crash in a few minutes because there's just a lot of bugs and it's all just kind of hacked together. And so the best way I can think of to make all these systems kind of work properly is to visualize them, to see exactly what's going on, and whenever something has a problem, it's like logged properly and very clearly. It's just logged properly and clearly. You can see what's going on. You can see all the necessary values and try and figure out where the problem started and what needs to be done about it. Getting this to a point where I can, have users and getting this to a point where I can get users on the site and they can do shit that's useful. That's like a whole nother system. But yeah, man, this Google button, like fucking hell, man, why is that so hard? It's because they're doing some funky like right hand, left hand bullshit. But got it to work, sort of. I think every time I refresh this page, it's gonna wig out. Yep, full width and not full width. Maybe changing the, well, I could just hard code the width of the whole iframe. Well, it's really a div, right? I don't know. I could play around with the styles, see if I could limit the width of it so that even if it does jump, it's not so much. But it just feels like the wrong way to go, because what the fuck, Google? Maybe I could read through the documentation. Maybe there is a way to trigger, like, just to create a custom button essentially and trigger like the login request separately. How would that work on mobile? You might have to detect mobile. I don't know how pop-ups work on mobile. Have to test it. or talk to the computer about it and try and figure out, like, maybe a redirect workflow is better. It's possible that a pop-up is just like, you know, kind of treated as a redirect or like a new tab or whatever, and then closes that tab and then goes back to the other one. I don't know. So crazy. But, you know, creating like profiles and settings, and I mean, I want to create an editor, like a Figma. I want to create a Notion content system. But man, if I can barely get people logged in, it takes me a whole day to just get one little thing working. Well, so I do have file saving workflows, or like code. I think I showed that earlier, where I have the savable notes that create like a deep file system structure. And at least for a limited number of users, I don't think using the file system is terribly bad decision. And frankly, even if your file system is the slowest one on the planet, as long as you just queue everything up and then be like, hey guys, we're waiting for the system here. When it gets overloaded, that's a good problem to have. I just upgrade the VMs and the hard drive space and whatever. I don't think I need a database. Databases are definitely faster, but I don't think it's going to be the maker or breaker. I think you can scale up any file system to be almost as fast as a database. And then the file system is just so robust that, like, getting all those distribution and redundancy and backups and versions and variants and real-time collaboration on any file between anyone, anywhere, fully secure. That, my friends, is the way to make a lot of money. Got a long way to go, but if I can get some people to come hang out on my website, that would be phenomenal. That would make my day. Though I would spend a lot more time on the site, and then I could I could host all the content that, you know, all these streams and shit that I've been doing. When I'm streaming, boom, put a little like flashing live tab on the top of the website, let people know that I'm streaming, and so whenever somebody's on the website and I'm streaming, they might click on it, and I'm like, oh look, could pop over and have a little chat window, type something in, ask a question. Not 100% sure how that's all gonna work, or if I'll even get around to it. I would like to publish the framework though, to get some help with it, because it's a fucking mess and it doesn't need to be. It could be the greatest framework in the world. Maybe I should let me go back to my console. Where are you, console? No, not this one, not this one. Might have exited it. Thought it was there, but console, where's my finger? Console.cloud. Maybe it's in here. I don't know, is it this one? I don't think it's the credentials thing. How do I... Are these all enabled? It's possible Firebase like activated a bunch of shit. Seems like only a couple of them are working. Gemini for Google Cloud API. I didn't realize I had made requests via that. I might have used a tool that was using that or something, but where do I see... What is library? Holy fuck. API library. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Wow. Those are cool little, like, nav bricks. This is the bullshit of life, guys. There's just so much shit. And yet... Well, like, complex shit. Each one of these is just, like, a whole team of, like, 100 people that are working their butts off to make each one of these, and yet there's just so much smelly bullshit in life it just makes me want to throw up. How do I find, let's ask computer, in Cloud Console, how do I find the users who have authed? Signed, who have approved my app. I don't know if there is, actually. I might have to do like a specific query. It's a very good question. Very common question. Does not provide a list. Huh. Firebase did that, but okay. Okay, Google. Got this super sophisticated console backend fucking bullshit. Oh man. So it's a pretty clean UI. Kind of like it. The blue bar across the top is, I mean, it kind of pulls it together. There's just so much stuff. It's like, it's not really clear. It's never really clear to me, like, wait, where am I? Where did I start from? Where am I going? I think that could be massively simplified, where it's like, start here, look through this, you know, first level stuff, you know, make sure you're familiar with what's going on here, and then dive deeper when you're ready, but like in the context of that basic thing. I mean, it probably is somewhat like that, but it's just, you know, there's just stuff everywhere, and it's not the way it's all set up. I don't know. I just feel like I'm never clear where I am or where I started or where I'm going, or like there's just buttons everywhere and pages everywhere, and Google is like a massive shit show of nonsense. These things are kind of cool. It's like a little step-by-step workflow. I think I did one of these ones. In fact, it might have even been this one with Ben Nooner. Now this is for Android. I did one for the web, I think. Anyway, God, it's frustrating to try and fight through this bullshit on my own when I'm so done with everything. Let's do the old reveal. I got a lid on my webcam. This is, you know, I know nobody's watching. This is just a note to self. I actually have felt all right the last few days. I was kind of like not feeling anything, and it was really I streamed 3 days ago, 2 or 3 days ago. It was the first one I had done in a while. I think it was 2 days ago. I streamed kind of all day, and I was thinking about working on something, and I just didn't. And I was talking a lot about how hard it is to motivate once you've kind of like just keep remotivating, and then nothing works, and you give up, and you try again, but you're just, nothing's working, and so you end up giving up for good. That's kind of where I was at. And then the next day, I decided to turn on the stream, talk it out, do something. I think that's when I got that 2-column workflow going. Let me show that real quick, just show, don't tell. Was this yesterday? I think this was yesterday. It's so complicated or so confusing to me. 2 columns, let's go. Well, it might have even been, today's Wednesday. Yeah, I don't really remember the order of operations. I think yesterday I actually got this one going. I think I also launched the website yesterday. Got the or maybe that was today. I don't know. I got the certificate done. No, that was today. I meant to do the whole certificate. Got the certificate done, and so now it's secure, and I gotta work through the login UI UX. Once people are logged in, they should need some sort of account system. I really want people to be able to find and join, and create teams. Because there's a lot of cool shit that people could do. A lot of startups you could create, a lot of apps you could create. You could compete with all the existing apps and companies and startups and whatever. And when it comes to design, whether it's websites, apps, games, movies, products, houses, cities, countries, yachts, submarines, spaceships. There's so much cool shit. So much cool shit that could be designed, developed, produced. And yet, we don't. Because it's hard, but also because nobody's got enough money, but also because, you can't give people money. Gotta earn that money. Learning that one the hard way. So, kids will be home soon. I was saying the other day I was gonna go put some pants on and never did. Still on the same PJs. Grunging it out here. That's called hard work, folks. Coming up on 6th hour. I went straight 6 hours, full code. Well, I didn't code that fast. I was sitting here scratching my balls half the time trying to think about what I should do next. I once had a boss ask me, how much time do you spend actually coding? And I was like, you mean like actually typing the code? Because it doesn't take that long to type the code out. It takes a long time to figure out what to type, where to put it, exactly what, values and functions, and anyway. AI definitely streams things, that's for damn sure. Would have taken me a lot longer. Would have taken me 5 times as long. Everything that I got done today in those 6 hours probably would have been taken me a week without AI. Just Googling shit and reading shit. Man, and it's such a painful, miserable process because, well, somebody writes documentation, but it's like, wait, what the fuck am I looking at? Like, I'm just seeing all this, like, bleh, like just bullshit. And it's like, you gotta simplify things and make it easier so that when people try and do the thing that you're designing, that it's like nice and easy and like, okay, I get it. And, you know, like, you just click next and it just happens. And, like, that's the experience people enjoy, you know, rightfully so. When you have to, like, dig through steamy bullshit and it just doesn't work. And, well, I mean, this fucking button that I'm looking at right here that wigs out every time I reload the page, it's unfortunate that Google can't make a web button properly, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it has something to do with the loading of the iframe, if it has something to do with just the way they load their styles. I don't know if it has, I mean, maybe it's something to do with the way I'm doing my shit. Is that button appended? I forget. Is that button appended afterwards? Like, no, I mean, by the time it's rendered, but maybe what's happening is because I render it when it's not in the document, that it decides not to, like, load the iframe. That's quite possible. I mean, I could try and change that, but it's not worth fucking around with right now. I'd probably just break something. But it could be something to do with the way that I'm delaying the rendering. Just to be clear, I can breakpoint, refresh. By the time this thing renders, what? Oh, it's because I changed this to wait for the load event. Okay, so no longer am I rendering it first. I'm waiting for the, well, I had to make sure the Google value here is available. Not, I mean, I'm still kind of like not 100% sure this is a reliable way to do it. It's essentially just accessing a global window variable after this thing has loaded via the load event, but hopefully that doesn't fail me. I should probably check if it's available and log something if it's not, but it seems to work. So anyway, I guess we are rendering it right here. What happens when I step over? Aha! Sign in with Google. Why though? Why does it go full width? Can I inspect this? Oh no, there's, wait, what? What the fuck, Google? That's wild. So the iframe has nothing in it. Basically just empty. The button itself whoops, why did that happen? Whoa, guys, whoa. The button itself has one element in it that goes full width. It has an extra div and an iframe. The iframe is still empty, right? Yep. The div here is what's got the actual button in it. Has a bunch of shit going on in here. I don't know, this is weird. Bunch of like generated class names, sign in with Google, ID button label, sign in with Google, open it, opens a new tab. Not sure what that's for. Where is it even? Doesn't seem like it's rendered. Display none, border none, display none. Okay, that's crazy. Well, not really clear what Google's doing here, but their button goes full width, and then a second later, oh, crapped out. So we can, what is this? Step over, step over, step over. It's possible it timed out, but it just craps out if I don't let it run fast enough or something. But yeah, how that's all working, Lord knows. This whole FedCM bullshit doesn't really matter to me whether it like previews the account. I mean, it's not like you just instantly sign in anyway. It still launches this whole thing. Oh, that's interesting. Now it says continue to lou42.com. Before it had my app name there. Whatever. I guess that's fine. I should probably capitalize the L wherever I can, just because it's not clear if that's an I or an L. I feel like computer fonts should put a little curl on the bottom of the L so that you know whether it's an I or not. It's probably not a capital I, because that doesn't make as much sense, but it could be. So, yeah, I don't know. Kind of fizzling out here. Not really looking forward to the gym, but probably should keep that going. If I give up on the gym, I might be a lot less healthy. Alright, well, what are some next steps for my website? Obviously, the login, user interface, user experience thing. You know, I think having like putting the avatar image in the top right corner, using that as a button to activate like a user settings menu, those kinds of things shouldn't be terribly hard. I might have to think through the design of it. And then, yeah, like the user data stuff, being able to save user data. I don't know, creating like, creating persistent kind of app pages where people can, whether it's like answering questions. Maybe it's sort of like submitting, you know. All right, so imagine a page where you just ask a question like yes or no, and each user can respond yes or no. It's like a true or false value. It's saved to that page. That's pretty easy. And as I was saying, I mean, you could save that as just a unique variable name. But the problem is once you have a bunch of pages and they're all creating their own unique variable names for each user, if you have one user namespace for variables, like local storage or whatever, it's just going to fill up really quick and they're all going to clash with each other. Obviously, local storage is not really persistent and doesn't exist on other people's machines, so that's kind of a partial solution. But in terms of what's it called? Well, I don't know. I'm not sure where comments should go. I think creating a comment system is a good idea. I generally think the comments for a specific page should be stored with that page. Now, you could have different levels of comments. You could have comments that are published and they get saved to the kind of public path and they're automatically loaded for anyone, including non-authenticated users. And then you could also have you could have comments on pages that are kind of, I don't know if they're waiting to be like moderated or something. Could be notes. There's all kinds of different levels of like, interaction that people might want to take on any given page, whether it's configuring a view, whether it's adding a note, whether it's submitting a like suggestion, or like posting something or posting publicly or whatever. And I think doing it per page is definitely a useful thing. And so I was just thinking you could have the public posts be in the server's public directory, the web root, so they just could automatically serve without question. And then you could also have kind of user specific things. But what about collaboration? Like if everything, in the past I've thought, should all user submitted stuff go in their own directory? One advantage of that is that you could literally delete a user's directory and their entire presence on that website could just disappear. All their comments, all their interactions, as if like they were never there, which is kind of a cool idea. It's like, if you want to disappear and just, you in a sense you should own your data, and if you wanted to do that, like, it's kind of a cool thing to do, especially if it was just a file system based operation. So that was one idea. However, if somebody makes a public comment, being able to just, delete it. You see this a lot on Reddit where people's comments just get deleted. You could just anonymize the account, so instead of it being linked to a user's account, it just basically gets abandoned, and then, it's like an anonymous icon appears so that you know that it's been abandoned. And then you don't know who said it, but like the context of the public comment shouldn't necessarily be deleted because, well, it's been made public and people responded to it, and so it's sort of like public record. You don't want to just allow people to withdraw their bullshit. So yeah, so many things to think about. So many things. Let's see if I can was I streaming this? That was probably a bad idea. Whoops. Doesn't matter. Yeah, should the user have session? Should we have session data within each user that matches the? Well, it could just be. So the session. What is it? Express session gives you a session ID, which can give our user ID, which is basically a Google ID. Not sure if there's any drawbacks to using Google's ID for that. Maybe there is, especially if it's like they get leaked or something based on the way I'm storing or creating the data or whatever. You might be able to, it might get exposed in that process, but for now I think it's pretty anonymous. It's not like somebody can look up a person based on a Google ID. I don't think there's any way to do that. So it's kind of just a random number. Anyway, we get the user ID. So then we look up user ID, session, and we have the session ID. Now the session ID looks pretty long and complicated, and maybe we want to take a hash of it or something just to shorten it up and make it easier. But the idea there would be that now we can have like, we could have an index like gives a directory of this folder, and you can save whatever you want into that session. Now, like, what would be session specific? Like, So session versus user data. Well, I thought about trying to make maybe as a sub concept to what the express session does. Express session is like potentially going to be a long-lived thing. I think right now it was set up for a day, but potentially going to be a long-lived kind of just keep you logged in. But in terms of like what I think of a session is sort of like more of a short-lived thing, like shorter sessions. Like you could group users' activity based on some period of recency. It's sort of like everything in the last hour is like your session. So if you, or you know, it could have a timeout. So like for example, after an hour of an activity, your session gets chunked. So it's sort of just like a user interface kind of enhancement that kind of shows you like, well, could group activity based on kind of recency. So if you work for a few hours here and then you take a break and you come back and work for a few hours there. But then like, I don't know, I was thinking things like workspace configuration, like what windows go where. I mean, it is kind of ideal to reload these things. I'm always messing with these windows, and I mean, it's often useful to be able to drag them around and find what you're looking for, but it's also just super annoying to have to always be reconfiguring shit. It's partly because you just have different apps and they put everything in different places, and if you got everything in one app and you had like a system for moving things around properly where you just always use the same kind of like, okay, move this here, move that there. I mean, it's sort of like the Windows has these UX that I use. You know, you can drag these things and put them in different spots based on what you're looking to do. Something like that could work, but yeah, I don't know if but shouldn't this be more persistent? And there's no reason why short sessions couldn't be recalled, reactivated, and even like automatically reloaded when you return to a previously visited place. So like for a project, let's say, you know, during some session you configure a project view in a certain way where you just, you know, drag shit around and put certain things in certain spots so you can see them. Well, when you get back to that, you know, if you leave that project and then later, whenever you come back, it could just present the last view that you had. So these are more like views, right? Like you create a whole system of views where anything could be viewed in any number of ways. And essentially this comes down to these